All right, we are now going public, and Sam is going to, in a minute, summarise the conversation that we have had and our statement of expectations review.
Thank you, Katrina. Yeah, so look, just the point of this next session, which is I anticipate will be very brief, was to get your feedback on the draft statement of expectations, which has been circulated, but also just to invite and welcome your direction on the position that you wish for Mayor Bernie and I to take at the upcoming Shareholders Committee, which is to be held next week. The reason that we just had a public excluded session was that there has been, I guess, a process step that we just wanted to discuss and to establish if there was anything that anyone wanted some legal advice around. But I think following on from that conversation, it's clear that we don't need that at this stage, but that there is some direction that the table is keen to give to Mayor Bernie and I around the position you wish for us to take with respect to an MOU that was expected and anticipated between 5 parties, being the 3 shareholding councils, Central District Waters, and Ngā Tapua'a Hou. And the table in previous public workshops and sessions has communicated their expectation around this table that the MOU would be advanced ahead of the statement of expectations, and that it was very important to this table to view the MOU alongside the statement of expectations before we as a council want to agree to or adopt that statement of expectations. And so that's what's been discussed. So can I just invite the table now to give direction on any concerns or feedback on the statement of expectations draft that you have, or any other views you might have about the MOU that you want conveyed, or the position that you want Bernie and I to take at the Shareholders Committee meeting next week. This is essentially the final opportunity for feedback on the statement of expectations in theory, given with the agenda proposed for next week, but that may be impacted if there is a direction that you want us to take a position around the MOU. So I'll open it up for feedback and commentary.
Well, I'll go off the back. Look, I'm reasonably happy with the statement of expectations. I just think it's, for me personally, it's really important we get these foundation documents correct. From my experience, you sort of get one shot at it, and that's at the start. And for me personally, I would rather hold things for a month or two to make sure we get this probably aligned with the MOU, because I don't see a point in moving forward with one piece of work when we don't actually have the other piece of work to align with. So I would be more inclined to be pushing for that than pressing on, because there's time restraints or other people's expectations.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sam and Bernie, for the work that you have done. I think that's been acknowledged around the table, the work that's been done. And when we had our recent workshop around the statement of expectation, I flagged then that the MOU was important from my perspective. I haven't changed that position. I also flagged that I was reasonably comfortable with the statement of expectation. I haven't changed that position. There are some other important documents that sit alongside this that we know the water service delivery strategy, but I don't believe these are foundational documents, as Councillor Olsen has said. I hold strongly to the matter that we're accountable to our ratepayers. These are assets that we are transferring the operation of. Foundational documents are critical. We need to be able to communicate openly to our community about what it is we're doing, what we're entering, and progressing without these foundational documents doesn't feel like we are respecting our community from my perspective. So I hold strongly to that position as well.
Yeah, same. No MOU, no deal. For all those reasons, I mean, it's just not responsible to proceed without that. In my view, the other thing is in the SOE anywhere, I don't think there's anything that deals with capping of costs. So we're going to be in an environment where all our other council services are going to be subject to rates capping. How can we do something with the SOE that puts some sort of expectation that they'll play the same game? Because otherwise, people are going to get hurt real bad under this financially. You can see it coming.
Nolan, you happy if I just respond to Mike and then I'll come back to you? I'll come back to you. Thank you for that comment, Mike. The two things that we can probably provide assurance, partial assurance to you around the capping of costs piece is that there are two mechanisms. One is external to the statement of expectations, which is that the water services entity will be subject to a Commerce Commission pricing regime and constraints. But secondly, in the statement of expectations, there is expectation around affordability, and there's some specific metrics and measures that define, that contribute to the definition of what affordability means, and that follows on from what was called the Water Services Delivery Plan that was submitted to DIA, Department of Internal Affairs, last year as part of getting approval to proceed with this arrangement. And we, around the Shareholders Committee, particularly Bernie and I, have been really clear that the statement of expectations has to be grounded in an expectation around affordability, because that is the commitment that we gave to our community, and that is the commitment that was given to DIA through the Water Services Delivery Plan. And so we can't just have it mean something at one point in time and then it means something different later on. So I don't know if that fully provides the assurance that you're looking for, but it certainly there has been a real focus on affordability and efficiency of the organisation, given that the whole point of doing this water entity was is an intent for it to be more efficient and to have sufficient scale to make it more efficient than continuing to do it alone. If you want to respond to that, Bernie might have something to add to that as well.
I was just going to add, if you have a look at the statement of expectation, there is actually item number 41, CDW would develop and publish a customer charter which sets out the organisation's commitment to operate openly in the interest of the wellbeing of water, to advance community health, and to do so efficiently and affordably. So there, it doesn't give a timeline for that customer charter though, which is another sort of question we probably need to ask them, and I assume that it would be done before 1 July 2027. But it does say that it will inform customers what they can expect from CDW regarding the provision of water services, service levels, and how charges are set. So again, we would expect input and some consultation in terms of what that looks like. So, and I think, there's a clear direction that the meetings that I've been involved in, especially with the other mayors, affordability and pricing is, one of the key sort of factors that we're looking for. And I don't think there will be any suggestion that it would be harmonised from day one. That will take time. We'll be operating under probably our own pretty much our own structures initially until that is sorted out. That might take 3 to 5 years.
Yeah. So the statement of expectations specifically in paragraph 47 talks about affordability, equity, and value for money. So it's deliver value for money, efficiency, and fairness while maintaining affordability, and then it links to that definition of affordability. But as Bernie says, the shift to harmonisation of water rates and pricing is essentially delayed for, I believe it is 5 years, which is consistent with what was signalled in the Water Services Delivery Plan. So again, making sure that we are carrying through with that commitment that's been made in that plan.
Nola, did you have something you wanted to say?
I just thank you. I just wanted to reiterate my opinion is the same as Paul's, Joe's, and Mike's, that I hear talks of time constraints, but I also hear talk of they're ahead of schedule. So I feel that we need to carry on what was originally flagged, and that we pause until we have both documents.
I just want to say also that I really commend the amount of work and time that both you and Mayor Burney have put into this process from the beginning, and that was with the intention, with the support around the council table, that this is a huge piece of work involving multiple players, and we need to make sure that we dot the I's, we cross the T's, and that we do the best for our community. In that vein, getting ahead of ourselves and things moving at different times and different levels, that's not good process. And that doesn't support what we would hope to be a really good water service. And so from my perspective, I do agree with Paul and everyone around the table. This needs to be done sequentially. This needs to be done well, carefully, and ensuring that everyone is above on board.
Does anyone? Oh, sorry, Mike.
Yeah, no, we're good.
No, you go.
Just in terms of process, so if it is the will of the table to hit pause on this while we get everything lined up, at what point does that happen? Is it that we don't adopt the SOE, or what happens?
So based on
No, you go.
So based on the feedback today, which I think I'm hearing a kind of a majority signal, and I was going to invite if there's any contrary views, but I think consistent with previous sentiment and today, I think there's a clear direction to Mayor Burney and I, is that we would go along to the shareholders committee next week. I think it's next Friday. I might have the day wrong, but and we would be communicating that while there appears to be that we're satisfied with the content as it's drafted in the statement of expectations, that we are unwilling to signal our support for adoption of the statement of expectations until the MOU process is completed. I envisage that there will be some pushback to that. It could be that we are the only party on the shareholders committee that takes that position. So be it. I think the consequence of that is that the statement of expectations can't be adopted without all parties being in agreement to it, and so it would essentially put things on hold. But that's where some advice might be needed, because in theory the board may be able to take the statement of expectations in its draft unapproved form and still continue to be able to rely on it in order to do what they need to do, but it doesn't have any formal binding effect until it's formally adopted by the parties. But I think based on the feedback today, we'd signal this quite early, so that we can signal this to the other parties, so that we can be clear about what the consequence of it is, or what the impact of it is. But this table, from my perspective, has been very consistent about its expectation around the MOU, and we've signalled again to all of the other players that this is very important to this council, and so it will be no surprise that this is the position that may be taken. So, yeah, maybe.
Oh, look, I just wanted to acknowledge the work. While you're saying that I've been doing the work, Sam's been doing the heavy lifting in this, and I just want to acknowledge all that Sam. Thank you, because I know it's been actually recognised by the other two councils as well in terms of what we've been providing them and the feedback that's been given about the statement of expectation and process and things like that. It has been appreciated. So just acknowledge that. Thanks, Sam.
Kia ora. Just want to say that I support the pause or to wait for the foundational document that is the MOU to sit alongside the SOE. I mean, how can you go forward if you haven't got all that information together? Otherwise, you'll be going back and forwards. So, and I do understand how complex it is for iwi to come together, and you've got 3 tribal boundaries from all the confederations of the waka that you have to consider as well. So I do understand where they sit as well in terms of trying to get this MOU complete. So kia ora, I just wanted to total that.
Just before we finish, any other councillors who haven't spoken, anything you would like to add or say? No? Thank you very much. Do you have anything to say, Sam?
No, just very clear direction. Thank you. I really appreciate the feedback. It's nice to have real clear direction because obviously Bernie and I are your representatives on that shareholder committee, and so we absolutely want to also always make sure that we have mandate and clarity of instructions. And so I have that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to break for lunch. Just before we do, really lovely to see such strong support for our community and for Bernie and for Sam in terms of moving forward with this big piece of work. So thank you all very much. We'll break for lunch.
That's all right.
Just to let everyone know, we are back live now. We are live streaming. All right, we shall get started. Welcome to those who have joined us online again. We are about to discuss our licensing policy, local alcohol policy review. And just to let those at home know that the purpose of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012 is to reduce alcohol-related harm. It's not to ensure alcohol is convenient to buy. So I'd like to hand over to Vi and to Brent, who are going to take us through this particular review and see whether there needs to be any changes.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell-Coteps, for the introduction. So today, Brent and I are introducing the Local Alcohol Policy Review. The current policy has now been in place for almost 6 years, and under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, Council is required to review it. The purpose of today's workshop is to discuss the proposed review approach, the information we intend to gather as officers, and seek your feedback on whether there is anything else we should be considering. It's not to complete the review today, but to outline the review process. I should have flicked to the next slide as I did that. True. Why are we reviewing the policy? The simple answer is because legislation requires us to do so, and it says to do so within 6 years of when the local alcohol policy came into force. You'll see, or you might have seen in the local alcohol policy that we currently have that there were 2 dates that it came into force, one September 2020 and one December 2020. That's because way back when it was created, back in 2020, it was appealed, and there were provisions relating to maximum trading hours that went through an appeal process through ALA. They needed to have a different time frame in terms of it taking effect, which is why there is 2 dates there. There I've given you a copy of Section 97 of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, so that's where the legislation requires it, prescribes how we do that, and you'll see it says that it must be reviewed using the Special Consultative Procedure, and so that's in the Local Government Act. What do we want from elected members today? So we've got the full triangle here that's been coloured in. Know what the current policy does, and I've shared a copy of the current local alcohol policy. What the legislation allows us to do, and the legislative review requirements, which we'll go through. See the proposed review approach, who we plan to hear from as officers, and what opportunities will exist for stakeholder and community input. And if you do provide feedback on the proposed process, help us to identify gaps, and provide suggestions around stakeholder groups you think we should be consulting with. Okay. What can a local alcohol policy include? So the Act is quite specific, and it prescribes what can be in a local alcohol policy. That means that there may be issues raised through the review that are important to our community, but that don't necessarily sit within the scope of the local alcohol policy and what the Act allows for. As we go through the review process, likewise there might be elected members, or you might have views around things that the local alcohol policy could be used for. It's important to note what the legislation says it can include. And therefore important for us to know the sorts of things that we can factor into it. The key thing to remember is that the local alcohol policy can't override the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. It's the policy that sits within that framework. and it is Section 77 of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act that sets out what can be in a local alcohol policy. And you can see that on the screen now. We're talking trading hours, one-way door restrictions, limiting the number of licences or the density of licences in an area, location of licensed premises in relation to certain facilities or sites, and introduction of discretionary licence conditions, which might be things like limiting the sale of single units. What does our current HDC policy include? Most of those things. It sets maximum trading hours for off licences as 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Supermarkets and grocery stores 7 a.m. to 10:15. You'll note that 15-minute difference. That was subject to the ALA appeal back in 2020, and it was Foodstuffs and at the time Woolworths Group that had appealed that. On licences 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. the following day, and club licences 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. the following day. It has some location controls. No new licences generally restricted to commercial zones. The licences within 100 metre separation distances from specified sensitive sites. And it did have a temporary bottle store cap that did expire back in 2022. And the key thing with the local alcohol policy is that the policy must be given effect to in each decision that the District Licensing Committee makes. Okay, so now into the proposed scope of the review. This is the information staff are proposing together as part of the review process. We are looking to look at the alcohol licensing activity within the district, so looking at decisions that have been made in the last 6 years since we've had the local alcohol policy in place. Local compliance licensing information. This could be as simple as looking at the number of licensed premises that we have in different areas. Could also look at things like where there might have been controlled purchase operations happen in different areas. So this is a collaboration between council, Health New Zealand and police going out and looking at compliance with licensing conditions. We'll look at relevant alcohol-related harm data and trends. So this is an official information request that goes out to police to look at our alcohol-related harm data. We will also meet with Police, Health New Zealand and our licensing agency for input into what they've seen and seek community feedback. But is there anything missing? Have we missed anyone? Are there any stakeholder groups or people you suggest we should be also including in that review? Before we get too far into the review, the local alcohol policy has a specific purpose under the Act. However, it doesn't operate in isolation. I wanted to check with elected members whether there are any other local factors, perspectives, or issues that you think we should understand as part of the review process. For example, you may wish to understand whether there are any interactions between current policy settings and matters such as our town centre activity and our aspirations for the town centre, community safety, amenity considerations, or other local priorities. It's not about predetermining the outcomes today, but it's about making sure we're gathering the right information as part of this review so that we can present that back to elected members for any future decisions that are made. Proposed review process and timeline. So I introduced at the start that the local alcohol policy was first put in place in 2020. We need to review that policy within 6 years of it coming into force, which means that's upon us by 1 September. Doesn't mean to say the review needs to be completed by 1 September, but we certainly need to have it underway. And so we're having the elected member workshop today. We're starting our evidence gathering right now We're just looking at the official information requests to police for their data. We've also reached out to Health New Zealand, who have come back and they're willing to participate or actually assist with the review process, which is great. And we're about to set the meetings with our agency partners. So the local alcohol licensing inspector, the police or alcohol harm prevention, and the medical officer of health. Next month, July, August, we look to continue that stakeholder engagement. There will likely be a report that comes to council around potentially going out for community consultation or looking at where there might be some suggested changes. We'll do the analysis and develop any proposed policy changes if required. And then September to December will be, depending on what happens as part of the review process, there will be hearings if required, consideration of submissions, and then council's consideration as to what might happen with the local alcohol policy as it currently is, and ultimately the outcome of the review. It's now open for a bit of discussion. Are elected members comfortable with the proposed approach? Are there other stakeholders or groups that you would like us to hear from as part of the review? And is there anything missing from the proposed review approach that we need to be aware of?
Morgan?
Thank you. Probably another stakeholder that would hold some good data would be ACC. What I'd like to see when we go through the data collection phase is comparing pre-lap to now, and also and trying to understand where we're at now with probably the change in drinking habits that are happening across society, because we have seen a bit of a change, and to try and understand what that looks like, and also what the live-in town centre may look like going forward as well, with that design process, etc., cafes, that type of stuff that are going to probably occupy more space and maybe outdoor areas, and how that would work with our lap. With my understanding of police data, we should be able to get a pretty good alignment with location data, timing, and be able to cross-reference that with the LOP to see if it's actually everything's aligned to reduce harm. So we should be able to see that, hopefully. That's it for me.
Lani?
Kia ora. I see you've got community and stakeholders there. Just to define the treaty partner, so for iwi, our iwi partnerships, getting feedback from them. As we all know, Māori have a high rate of, alcohol and other substances, so it makes sense to go back to our iwi partners for feedback on that. Kia ora.
I'll come at it from a different angle. Could we please loop in the Council for Civil Liberties into the review mix, because I'm sure they'll have something to say. Agree with Morgan on the town centre. I think I'd be really keen to use our experts that we have as part of the town centre to kind of understand any unintended consequences from the current location policy requirements, because I'd also was going to, independent of that, I'm quite keen to see if there's any research or information about the location requirement around the establishment of off-licence premises in distance away from other ones, because at the moment we've got a requirement that says you can't establish one right next door to another one, but I'm keen to see the research on how that contributes to harm, because it's always been my opinion that having a cluster of similar businesses together would make it easier to police and oversee them rather than them being spread. And so I just want to challenge, I want to test my thinking on that. And so if there's any research around the location specific requirements, that would be quite useful if we can have that in the mix, please.
I can't believe I'm back here as one of the parties who was on the hearings committee when the LAP was adopted and all of the work that went into it. I think we were an early adopter, and it was we were one of the councils out of the blocks that suffered some of the hold-ups around this. And I just want to say there was quite an outcry from the public around alcohol stores being located and why couldn't we do anything about stopping them. And back then, we actually had no document, we had no bylaw, we had no policy, we had nothing that could stop them. And so in the time that we had the LAP process, there was still the committee that oversaw the provision of licences had to issue licences because there was nothing that could stop them doing it. What happened after the LAP came in was that a lot of that noise quietened down, and it seemed to work really well. So my questions are just any data around that temporary cap, and if anything changed after the temporary cap came off, and any kind of data or useful information that partners might share kind of about hotspots or issues that exist across the district. And I don't know, there's probably clever language about that, but where things kick off would be what I say. I support that conversation around town centre, and that language of unintended consequences came up, and it came up after the LAP was approved because somebody in Foxton Township wanted to set up a cafe with a licence, but because there was a church quite nearby, there was an issue. So some of those unintended consequences, we need to have some ability to be flexible. If the kind of nighttime economy, entertainment, that sort of thing is to be available, we want to make sure we don't limit, that this provides guidance but not limit. The other thing is we've got a thing in there about rural or commercial zones or something. My worry is if we preclude the opportunity to have kind of like boutique breweries and things like that, people might want to put those into commercial zones, and I would like to see that we have provision, particularly as we experience growth and hopefully business growth, that we are not immediately providing a barrier to businesses opening up. So some consideration of that. The other thing that I'd like to see is my question about how this interacts with other bylaws. For example, our dog bylaw, which precludes people taking their dogs through the main street of our town, but it precludes a lot of people who might take their dog out for a walk and sit down and have a glass of wine, for example, outside of Taper. So how do all of our other bylaws, what are we doing that's not working in sync? Those are my questions. But thank you. Thanks for bringing this.
Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I think it's really important and really timely at the moment. So in terms of the reason for this, which is to support a safe and healthy district, what I would really be interested in looking at when you're getting some of the feedback and information is what the evidence you're getting now, how does that tell us about alcohol-related harm in Horowhenua today, as opposed to when this was implemented back in 2020. And I know that from being with working with HALT and working with family violence, we are one of the highest violent, we've got the highest offenders in New Zealand in Horowhenua, and that's growing, and that can be attributed, some of that is attributed to alcohol. So those community groups that are very much, and also those services that are very much involved in that would be great to look at. And the Wellbeing Committee, because our Wellbeing Committee has a lot of information from those groups, and I'm sure Joe would be happy to sit down with you as I would in terms of looking at that. What other areas have is what they call a high harm area, which is what I think has been touched on by some of the councillors here. So within certain districts, there are areas that the police consider this is a sensitive area, this is a high harm area, so having an increase in alcohol in those areas, or when you're thinking about, do we distance it, do we keep it, do we increase, do we not, that for me would be quite important to look at. And depending on all that evidence and information that we receive from the community and from the different services, I would be interested in looking at does it make sense, like other councils do, to increase that 100 metres to 200 metres when it comes to sensitive sites? And yeah, I think. Has anyone else got anything to add to that? Mike?
Just generally speaking, so I don't get drowned out by the rain. I'm just picking up on something Sam mentioned before about the Civil Liberties Union, and I would be keen for us to balance whatever we do here with perhaps the ethos that the rights of the many to responsibly enjoy what they want to enjoy should perhaps not be impinged by the behaviour of the few who don't.
So with that, and having a slightly stronger user pay focus, I would also be keen to have that it is a cost to have a permit, and that should be reflected in the cost to council to actually administer the whole process before cost recovery.
Can I ask if there is anybody else around the table who has something to offer or any reflections?
I'll just go quickly. I think it's all been said. For me, the town centre probably is a priority, and I think, you know, if we're really looking at things, even if it's in 10 years' time, you know, what does it look like if you've got 3 cafes lined up in a row that are all going to be licensed premises? So just you know, looking at that from a holistic point of view, I think the rest of it's sort of been touched on. But yeah, that's probably my only point to add.
Hi, is there anything else, or Brent? Anything else?
Oh, thanks. It would be useful. I know Councillor Katrina said that we were one of the areas that features the highest in alcohol harm. It would be useful to understand where we sit nationally and where that, you know, I think some background that actually identifies that would be useful, confirms or otherwise.
We'll pull that all together with all the data. And thank you. It's been really good direction today.
So just in summary, for those who are watching, we have ACC with concerns to ensure ACC are contacted, looking at drinking habits around the area. Town centre is a big one in terms of looking at how that would impact growth and town centre. Contacting iwi and the Council for Civil Liberties, balancing the responsible drinking with the issues that we have, the distance of off licences, community input, hotspot areas, and one I really support from Joe, which was the interaction with the other bylaws that we have. Thank you all very much. We are now back live with the community. For those at home, we're going to be discussing our Head Start program. We're looking at some clarity over our strategic direction. Going to be listening to our community insights and their thoughts over the process and look at regional collaborations. And with us today, we have Dan and Jess from Morrison Low. Welcome. Sorry about the rain outside. And Ashley's going to be leading it along with our other councillors, our council and policy officers. So thank you so much.
Kia ora, thank you. So today, in terms of the presentation and what we're here to speak to you is around providing an update around the Head Start backstop process. So the purpose of today's workshop is around providing the initial feedback from community engagement and then move on to having a check-in on the Head Start options and options assessment and then discussing what options are credible. So in terms of the triangle, we're in the no and do phase. So no, providing the results around community conversation to you so you can see those. The full detailed results will go onto your portal as well, so you can look at them at a later time. And then in the do, we are asking you to provide direction on what options to continue pursuing.
Kia ora everyone, I'm Lisa Campbell, I'm the Strategic Communications Manager, and I have to say that we were really pumped this week by the amount of feedback that we've received from the community. So in the 5 years that I've been here, this is the most feedback that we've ever received. I think at last count we're at 652 surveys that have been filled in, and the report that we've been analysing is over 300 pages. So I've tried to do my best to summarise the key themes that our community have shared with us, while also including the nuances that sit behind those themes and that are in the data. Just to recap, we had 11 working days for Council to begin community engagement following central government's announcement. Our community had 25 days to participate in community engagement, and we have 37 working days left until the Head Start proposal submission deadline. Now we reached a significant amount of our community through print, email, social media, and Tino at our community engagement platform, Let's Kōrero. We had, as I said, 652 responses to the survey. It's interesting to note that what we see on social media doesn't necessarily align with the feedback that we've received through our survey responses, so that's important to keep in mind. Now, the themed survey responses. As I said, we've had close to 300 pages to review over the last day, and so we have done our best. What we've heard is that respondents were supportive of us collaborating with other councils, and 59% said that they wanted us to work closely with other councils. Only 20% disagreed with collaboration or amalgamation. And there's a breakdown there of whether they thought we should go north, south, or whether they wanted central government to decide. Only 5% wanted central government to decide. The key insight was that residents are not necessarily opposed to change, but they want affordability, local representation, and core services protected first. Protecting local voice was the strongest and most recurring theme, with many residents concerned that amalgamation could result in Horowhenua becoming a smaller voice within a larger organisation, with decisions being made further away from our community. There were 7 key themes emerging when we looked at asking our community about amalgamation. The next one was a strong concern around inheriting Wellington's costs. And I think there's a bit of misunderstanding here with our community, in that they believe that they'll be inheriting Wellington's water infrastructure costs, and so there's more of a conversation to be had about that. I've left some quotes in, and there's some slides in this deck that we won't go over today just because of time, but you guys will be able to review those slides in your own time. There's a preference for councils with similar communities and economies when we talk about partnering with others. Residents generally favour working with councils that face similar challenges and opportunities, particularly around rural communities, horticulture, farming, infrastructure and provincial growth. They've told us that existing connections matter. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah? People want future arrangements to reflect the way they already live their lives. Connections to Palmerston North, Kapiti and neighbouring districts through work, healthcare, education, shopping and transport were frequently referenced. They support collaboration but not necessarily amalgamation. I think that the data is showing us that they're concerned that we will lose our local voice in amalgamation. Affordability and rates are front of mind, so people consistently assessed options through the lens of rates, debt, value for money and financial sustainability. They saw that us sitting between Palmerston North City Council and Kapiti Coast District Council was a real positive, in that it provided options for us. But they want more information, which is valid. It's valid because we've given them the information we know, but there's still a lot of information that we don't know, and our community are telling us that they want the evidence before they can make an informed decision about structural change. The key concerns raised by residents were reflected in many of their answers when we talked about or asked them about services, concerns and amalgamation, they're all around affordability and rates, loss of local voice, growth outpacing infrastructure, and us being trustworthy, transparent, and providing an opportunity for our community to feed into decision making. It's interesting when you look at voice of the customer results and where we've been over the last year in terms of our Live in Town Centre journey, and what that might have, the role that has played in our community feeling like they aren't as well informed as they could be around decision making. We can get into that later if we have time. And I'll just pass over to Ross Brannigan to speak to the Te Awaho Community Foxton Board's response to amalgamation.
Right, thanks team, and thanks for the team that came through on Monday night to the community board and a workshop on this subject. So really good to be across it from that local point of view. So the board was very, I think, once again, aligned with council in terms of where we see obviously the challenges of this, of what's been put in front of us, and the challenge not only to the council, of course, but to our communities in terms of the road ahead and the unknowns. So going through the presentation on Monday night by officers was very helpful. Again, the board is aligned to council, keen to work with council. Board members' discussions had so far with community people sort of probably reflect what you've seen here today in terms of, acknowledge that it's going to happen. And we need to look at all the opportunities, all the options, and all the opportunities. The board was very strong on keeping all options open, looking north and south, acknowledging the synergies probably that we have geographically with Kapiti, but also the relationships already with North City, and the likes of Rangatiki around the water, our local waters, etc. I think the board view was very, very much strongly around, depending again on what the final model looks like, probably the strengthening of community boards and potentially local boards in the region. I'm sure Dan and the team will be looking at that at some stage, or talking about that as well. So, but obviously we know it's happening. We know it's a slow burner in terms of timings, but keen to be involved in the conversation from the board point of view, not only from the Foxton area, in the board area, but around from the district point of view to get the possible outcome. Concerns, I think we've seen it up there as well. Concerns is retaining that local voice, and a bigger entity. How does that local voice be retained? If for instance, if it is perhaps an amalgamation involving Palmerston City, for instance, where that central point of council probably would be, and what the role of the smaller councils, and therefore beyond the smaller councils, obviously our smaller communities, how those voices would continue to be heard. And I think there's plenty of, we discussed the models around the country where there is bigger councils, but also the use of boards to help represent that community. So, very open-minded, and again, once again, very keen to support council, be working alongside council, not only with the decision making, but certainly, the engagement with our communities. Again, board very keen to be involved in that at any time, and in any way that we can be of help to the council and therefore our communities. Yeah. Happy to answer any questions too, Elisa.
Thanks, Ross. You'll remember too that this survey had dual duty, so we wanted to hear what our community thought about reform, but we also wanted to prepare ourselves for our long-term plan. And so we asked about our draft community outcomes. There was strong agreement with the draft community outcomes. The majority of respondents definitely agreed or somewhat agreed when asked about all of them, with people and place ranking highest. When people were asked what services matter most, they consistently separated services into 3 tiers. Tier 1 was services residents see as essential and non-negotiable: core infrastructure, local waters, roads and footpaths. They see these as fundamental responsibilities of council. When respondents were asked about waste and recycling, it was interesting that they wanted us to take a holistic approach to waste and recycling. Residents want council to consider the wider impacts of changes to waste and recycling services. Feedback suggests that people view waste management as an interconnected system where pricing, accessibility, recycling options and environmental outcomes all influence behaviour. There were quite a few quotes around illegal fly tipping if we change some settings and don't consider others. Residents are generally supportive of waste minimisation but want council to take a whole of system view. They repeatedly linked transfer station fees, recycling accessibility, curbside services, green waste options, illegal dumping, environmental outcomes and user pays models is something that we need to consider if we were to look at waste and recycling. Now, the tier 2 was services that our community see as really important social infrastructure. So those were things like libraries, aquatics facilities and parks and open spaces. It's important that that when residents frequently called for affordability and a focus on core services, there was still strong support for retaining community facilities that contribute to well-being, connection and quality of life. And these were the most valuable services in the eyes of the community. The third tier were services that people were open to changing, but there was mixed feedback. Residents appear to be more willing to review property holdings than community-facing services. When referencing council property and commercial assets, many respondents questioned commercial property ownership, underutilised assets, Oxford Street purchases and car parks. So that tells us there's a bit of, it's interesting feedback. It also tells us that there's a bit of education to be done around the likes of the Oxford Street properties, which were purchased using better off funding rather than ratepayer funding. When we asked them about user pays, there was also mixed views around our funding model. So some respondents supported user pays, everything should be user pays, while others want that a pure user pays basis will disenfranchise a portion of our community. They were really concerned about fairness and affordability. Our non-negotiables, when we asked our community what their non-negotiables were, they didn't want us to lose libraries, water, wastewater and essential infrastructure, recycling and solid waste, and waste services, aquatics facilities, parks and public spaces. And it wasn't because they were popular necessarily, it was because of what they represent for our community. So residents repeatedly link them to community wellbeing, affordability, access and equity, public safety, environmental outcomes and social connection. I did a bit of a deep dive into what respondents deem as core services versus discretionary spending, because that was quite interesting, and I think there's a job to be done as well on the live-in town centre space in terms of people most commonly implied that discretionary investments like the live-in town centre and placemaking were challenging amidst an environment of affordability. They didn't say that we should stop discretionary spending altogether, but they want us to prove why we're spending the money, demonstrate the value, and make sure essentials come first. There was a surprising amount of criticism at our organisational efficiency as well, and there's a perception that we are not efficient as a council, which is interesting when you look at the benchmarks and compare us to other councils, and we rank third lowest in terms of operational expenditure compared to the councils that are of our size and of our similar sort of makeup in terms of rural and urban demographic. But it is feedback nonetheless. And just to recap, I think our community have told us some really common sense, have given us some really common sense feedback that affordability and rates and value for money are really important to them. Strong local representation and decision making are really important. They want us to invest in core services. They don't want us to lose our social infrastructure and see that as being an important part of our fabric as a community. They want us to be transparent with our decision making and engage with our community in a meaningful way so that they can participate in decision making. The strongest message, if we were to summarise, is they want us to protect what matters most to Horowhenua, remain affordable and ensure local communities continue to have a strong voice in shaping their future. We will put the 300-page report into your portal. So for those of you who want to have a little deep dive and have a look at the verbatim text, you're more than welcome to. There's also some slides that we haven't presented today that you're more than welcome to have a look at too, following the hui. But yeah, really rich and insightful information for us as a council, as a team, not just for this kaupapa, but for, going forward. So thank you. I'll now pass you on.
So, Lisa, thank you so much for that. Just one question. In terms of the report, because we're having conversations about some of these things, is there a percentage in terms of when I'm seeing some of these, some supported it, some didn't? What would be really useful for me is to see, when you're saying some, is that 20% out of the 100 that responded, or is that 50% out of the 100, just to get some kind of especially with user pays, to get some kind of clear understanding of, was it a small percentage or was it a large percentage?
I think the themes that I've presented today, the majority of respondents have told us this. Where there is mixed views is on the funding model, user pays, and also things like the services that people are willing to forego as they look ahead. The other stuff is, significant majority of respondents have said this was important to them. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Kia ora. This is my colleague Jessie Williams-Shikita. She's one of the brains of the operation, so she is also here to help present and answer questions. In your portal, you'll get from us about 80 slides, not all of which we're going to present today, because some of them are information we're going to try and summarise. And there's a lot. And there's a lot that's interesting. And what I would ask when you look at it is, please don't just look for the piece of information that's going to reinforce the view that you had before you looked for it. Keep an open mind. There's lots of information. There is lots of information that I think is fairly well aligned with what your community has just told you. In fact, it's sort of scarily well aligned. And I think we're really presenting a bit of an update, so you know where things are at, you know what information we've started to collect. We don't have it all yet. We want to give you an update on what we think it's telling, so that by the time a report comes to you with everything in it, there's no surprises, and you can already have had an opportunity to test some of it. So there is 5 options we've looked at for you. We've used your principles that you decided on. Information we still don't have is some things like the cost of regional council functions delivered by TA area, the revenue collected by TA area and the expense by TA area. That's still coming. When we have that, we're able to then put that together into a unitary council cost for each of the options, but we don't currently have that. But I think we've got enough information here that you can either tell us we're still going along with this, or you might see that there's some options that perhaps don't stack up quite as well and that might not be worth putting much more time and energy into. Before I get into that, Head Start is an evolving thing. There's been some new guidance issued since we were here last, and some information that's been provided out. So I think it's just worth perhaps covering off some of that. The Minister has been very clear that Head Start is only for unitary councils. If the idea is that you want to come up with something different, something novel, then that is not Head Start, that is the backstop. The legislation they use to enable Head Start will be about unitary councils. So that's the thing to keep in mind there. If you don't want to be part of Head Start, then it will be the CTBs, the original simplifying local government concept. There is no regional councillors in New Zealand after 2028. That's all assuming this government is returned and we continue down this path. But
So Dan, does that include? So it has to fit inside the Head Start box. So if your model contemplates amalgamation of organisations but different representation arrangements, that doesn't fit inside the box.
Provided you've created a unitary council by amalgamating two or more existing councils together, then if you are dealing with representation, you are still, I think, inside the Head Start box. There are some models which are perhaps trending towards outside the box, which we're trying to test with DIA, but that's one of the things we'll talk about here. Another important clarification is that when we talk about region, and particularly region for the purposes of spatial planning, that is the existing Horizons region and the existing Wellington region, the existing regions. So if you create multiple sub-regional unitary authorities, you then have to explain how you are going to deliver regional spatial planning, for example. And if you do go sub-regional, then you've also got to look beyond just the thing you're proposing and what is the impact on the others. Has anybody else got anything new that they've learned about Head Start that needs to go in there? Because we're not the only people.
It's just the sentiment of that there appears to be sentiment that where there are two different regional spatial plans or two different regional councils, that going into one unitary authority has more complexity, more legal constraint, more cost than other councils combining from an existing regional base. And so the sentiment appeared to be that there would be a bit of a legal minefield in taking, for example, one council from a Greater Wellington Regional Council and a Horizons Council, and then how do they integrate?
Yeah, I finally understood what you're asking about towards the end. Yes, there are some complexities when you're going across regions. Yeah, because you still are regional, even though you're going across.
How real are those? Are they just like impressions that it would be harder, or is there actual legal challenge?
I mean, Parliament is sovereign, and it can make the legislation to enable whatever it chooses to enable. But it is still, some of the options you're looking at do that. And so the fact you're across regions at the moment is a complicating factor of it. And so I think it would be something you would be asking for relief from. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just, on the back of that, just so I'm clear about it. So you're saying the government's saying, go with who you think you want to go with. However, we have these regions that we consider to be quite standard and secure regions, and therefore go with who you want, but these regions are important to us, and we think that those lines are. Is that, because that is a bit confusing to me.
I wouldn't say they've said that they are, the government says they're important to them, but they have just said that is the definition of region at the moment, because there's nowhere that region is actually defined. So they have said for the purposes of Head Start and spatial planning, you have to think at that existing regional size. I'm sorry, that probably doesn't help you much. But I just don't want to mislead you and say they haven't said that's perfect.
Yeah.
No, they haven't.
But they have said if you do decide to go with other areas, that's going to be a complex thing, basically.
Complex, yes. We've got lots of questions already. 79 slides to go.
So there's multiple layers of messages that have been coming at us, and the announcement in November that mayors would take over regional councils probably should have been the vanguard to our understanding that that was what they wanted. And I think Nola will have something to say after I finish, but that was what they wanted ultimately, was for us to be a regional unitary authority, because that was a message they sent. It feels like it's becoming clear now that they want us to be a regions horizon unitary authority. Is it?
I think that is probably their preference, but they have said they are open to two or three unitary councils within a region. And the minister said in a meeting I was in with Bernie that there is no set number of proposals they will accept. They will accept the good proposals.
They also didn't exclude having cross-regional boundaries.
Yeah, thank you.
They didn't exclude having unitary councils together from two different regions. Yeah.
Last week or the week before, Local Government New Zealand had a Zoom meeting which supposedly was supposed to say the title was What Regional Councils Did, but it was the Honourable Simon Upton who was sending a very clear message that there was an expectation on regions that there could be several within a sub-region, but you could go beyond those regions, but you'd need to make sure you did that very carefully. And so that just was the feedback that was given at that particular, and that'll be recorded on LGNZ's site if anybody wants to go back and listen to that. It was quite interesting because the topic is not what really was covered.
Okay, so we've got the government criteria, and what's become really apparent to us in the last month is the level of information you need to satisfy the government's criteria for a Head Start proposal is quite different to the level of information that your table needs in order to make a decision that you should be part of Head Start. The quantity and quality of the information you need to be comfortable to make a decision is significantly more than what's required for the government's Head Start proposal. So that's just a challenge that we are dealing with. I'm going to just go through a couple of the criteria and talk a bit more deeply about them before we get into the options, because there is some quite important things in them. The planning, for example. I've talked about the need for the regional planning, but one of the other key planning things is around the water catchments and planning for catchments. And that if you don't go to the existing regional level, if you go sub-regional, then you are, in most cases, going to be crossing across water catchments. So you will need to then demonstrate how you would manage across a water catchment with those unitary authorities. And if the spatial planning is happening at a horizons level, you'll need to show how you would be working across those multiple unitaries to deliver a coherent spatial plan. Economies of scale. There is conflicting evidence out there across economies of scale. There are some services where we have data that shows scale leads to a lower cost service. Things like waste and transport, roads. You can draw a direct line. There are examples of mergers where we are able to show the savings compared to a status quo that was achieved. But then you also have the research that shows for every merger ends up with more people working in it than what started with. So the economies of scale argument is a challenging one to try and quickly demonstrate the benefits of, and also when things are sort of incrementally just a little bit larger, it is with population density, not just population. Adding a large area which you provide a service to doesn't necessarily equate to a lower cost of service. But we've also made some assessments on that. This is a really important one, and I'm pretty sure we might have talked about it. There's three aspects to this. There's managing risk, there is the ability to raise money, and then there is the ability to make decisions about what the service or activity or function is. And if you do not control all three of those things, you are truly accountable for it, and you get conflicts. So a couple of examples. Wellington Water. Wellington Water did not control the amount of money it had to deliver a service, but it was responsible for delivering the service and responsible for making investment decisions. But it did not control the money, so it couldn't effectively manage it as one of its failures. And if you think about this also from, say, managing a river, for example, if there's a whole network of sensors along that river telling you how high the river is, and at one end of it is a community that might be impacted by the flood, and at the top is the headwaters, if you split responsibility across that river, across multiple organisations, you run the chance of having a lack of accountability. You might not be able to raise enough money to maintain that network. You might not be coherent about what the data is telling you at the time you need to make decisions. So it not only works about regional functions, but it's also valuable when you're thinking about what you might delegate down to a local board for their accountability and their responsibility. That it's important to keep these three things together. One of the key things that's going to come up time and time again is local voice, like it did in your community survey. Let's just generalise that the larger the amalgamation, the greater the loss of local voice for Horowhenua. Yeah. So under a single unitary across all of Horizons, we are assuming that you would institute something like local boards, perhaps an improvement on the existing community boards so that they are mandated and that they actually have defined responsibilities that are set in a piece of legislation like they are for Auckland through that legislation, and they are not set just by the council of the day. One of the things about doing that as a single unitary is you would need to agree those all up front so that you're all buying into the same concept about what local voice representation in a single unitary council would be. If you went to multiple unitaries, say for Horizons, say you went with 2 or 3, then each of those unitaries would have a bit more flexibility. They would have the flexibility to decide the local representation model that suited them. And your definition of local representation might be different to some of your other regional partners' definitions of local representation. So under 2, you have an opportunity to have that, I guess, at a slightly more granular level. We have done our best to make an assessment of options against your criteria as well, your objectives. The affordability one we haven't been able to do yet because we're missing that piece of data. So we'll go through the options. Jess is going to provide a bit of information about them. We'll talk about an assessment. We've then given you our view on it, and I pushed my team pretty hard not to sit on the fence and to give you something that you can throw stones at, that you can challenge, that you can ask us how we got to a position on that. We welcome that. These are the options. Yep. So Horowhenua and Kapiti. Horowhenua, Kapiti and Wellington, which you are going to get some financial modelling done from that, not by us, from Martin Jenkins. So we are going to provide once we get the information from Horizons, a sort of a benchmarking of each of them, of each of your 5 options, so you've got a reasonable level of comparison. Option 3, Horowhenua, Kapiti and Palmy. Option 4, Horowhenua, Palmy and Rankatiki, reflecting your water entity. And then option 5 is the entire Horizons region. Okay, so in some cases, it's easier to tell you about the information on one go. And in others, it's easier to say, this is the option and here's how it comes together. So it's a bit of a combination of both. I hope you can bear with us for that. We do have a bit of comparative information for you across the councils that are included in here, as well as your options. So this is debt to asset ratio, once 3 waters is excluded. So you can see how you sit compared to your potential partners on that. This is operating revenue per person, again excluding 3 waters. Okay, so then your this is in thousands, so that's $1,500 rather than 1.5. So you can see there's sort of a general alignment with some of the smaller councils at the higher end, but otherwise it's pretty stable across that group. And this is how much revenue is raised outside of rates across that group. And there are some councils where there's a much higher percentage. Yeah, it's not the answer to the user pays, but it is indicative of where that income comes from.
me. This is just a very simplistic view of iwi relationships across the options. It's not necessarily a definitive view because this information has been provided by your fellow councils as we've been collecting things. It's not seeking to, make any judgment call on whether this would be more or less complex because it doesn't reflect how iwi would actually prefer to engage. It's simply about, as the options get bigger with more councils, there potentially is a greater number of iwi stakeholders to liaise with, I guess. But I do have to point out that obviously iwi groupings are not the same as council boundaries, so it is what it is. I guess it's interesting that there is quite a clear common group that goes through at least 4 of those councils. But I guess for you in HDC, the main issue is that you still have your pre-settlement risk. And so I guess I've put in there, you'll see in the actual pack that needs to be considered quite early and engagement quite early because you're a little bit different from the other areas. That's all that is.
Okay. Option 1, Horowhenua and Kapiti.
There's a lot of information here which we'll leave you to digest in your own fashion, but please do interrupt if you have a particular question. So here we're basically looking at 2 things. The questions are there. Does the option group together the communities with aligned needs and expectations of council, and will this council make sense economically and functionally? So what does this really mean? It means that we're looking at the social conditions, the population structure, the settlement patterns, and also the complementarity in commuting patterns and shared infrastructure and housing markets and economic links. So I struggled with this when I first looked at it because, a weak option actually may look really, really tidy on paper, but fail because there is actually less real interaction, or there may be major social divergence or have boundaries that cut across established identities, and so that creates a risk of ongoing tension. And a strong option, I guess, would be one where there is a coherent functional area, or there will be, because remember we are just looking at status quo, that there's manageable internal diversity. Diversity isn't a bad thing, it just has to be manageable, and that there is recognisable communities of people that you can build identity around. So that first option is obviously, probably not surprisingly, very similar communities, despite some key differences. It doesn't look too far out of whack, and of the 5 options, was the most similar in that respect. Geographically, less logical, because the functionality is currently a little weak. You have a shared commuter corridor, but you don't have a central hub that links you in the same way with a freight kind of network. Obviously, that's going to be different if Palmerston North is in the equation. You have similar growth, which is good. You've got to be able to service it, obviously. And you have different economic bases, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because that can lend itself towards being complementary. That's enough there. Any questions on that one? No?
We're going to go through some information and assessments of each option, and then we'll stop and let you ask your questions and tell us whether we're on the right track or not.
Similarly, we expect you to read all the pros and cons. We won't go through all of these, but we've kept in the catchment maps, partly because it obviously visually represents that in all of these scenarios you're cutting things up. This particular option obviously has good southern catchment integration and coastal planning alignment, which is quite key, but it crosses 2 regions, as we spoke about before, in terms of the current planning system and how that's been designed. And it does have some weaknesses in terms of the connection to some of the other areas.
So for each of them, we've poorly put the representation up, and we've also had a look at
some pretty basic information around representation. So we've used the number of people per councillor, and it's just a proxy for the scale of the change. In any of these models, we are assuming that there would be some form of community board, local board, or a newer version of those that reflects an evolution of that sort of delegated authority, delegated governance. And that's why we have not put names on them. What I would urge you to do is not look at that and say, well, there should be a Kapiti local board and there should be a Horowhenua local board, because that's not right. What they should do is represent defined communities of interest. And you would agree, if you went down this path with Kapiti, about how many of them you might have, or about the size of the population that each local board or local body should represent, rather than sticking the existing council names on them. But what you can see is that in terms of the representation from your community to sitting around a council table, there's a significant decline under that option. And spoiler alert, it's going to be the same in all of them, and it gets worse the larger it gets. That's really the main thing. So if we were pushed to make an assessment of it, this is how we would see it going. Green means we think it meets the criteria. Red, where we think it does not meet the criteria, and then we've got yellow, or orange, but less offensive orange, where we think it's a bit either way. So our view of this is that it's not a negative one, because we don't see a lot of reds, but we also don't see a significant amount of positives on it compared to what is required by the government for the Head Start proposal. Yep.
Dan, just a quick question. Have you got a figure in mind for the economies of scale with what you based the green, yellow and red on?
No, we don't. No, we have used the sort of scale of the merger as a proxy for the delivery of economies of scale and the geographic size of it at this stage.
So you haven't put, say, 100,000 up there as the median or what you're looking for or anything like that?
No,
okay.
Not yet. Does that feel like a fair? This is not the end. This is just an update. But does that feel like a fair reflection to you of what that one looks like?
I would have put it more red than yellow, but that's just my personal opinion. More red.
More red?
Yeah, because I don't see the alignment, particularly when you go back a couple of slides to the difference between the economic parity of Kapiti and our areas. To me, I thought that a couple of slides back that I saw quite conflicting information.
I would have just said as well, in terms of enabling growth, I would probably put that as a red, to be honest with you, rather than a yellow.
And what about it would you see as not enabling growth?
I think in terms of property and the area, I don't know if they've got that stronger support or growth system that we could balance off each other, as opposed to some of the larger areas which have got more, I'd say, economic support. We're both kind of on the same level where we're both trying to push ourselves forward, and when you're balancing from that same level, you're both competing together for something, and it's a bit of a harder climb as opposed to another region that's already a little bit above you, and you could get some more support.
I was going to say it should be green, because you've got green for maintaining local voice and retain local voice and identity. So you've obviously recognising that we've got just the same ability to be able to drive the growth that we should be able to. And Kapiti have been a prime example of a district that's driven growth quite considerably over the last decade. So, Yeah, I wondered why it wasn't agreeing actually to recognise some of those factors.
Okay, we're going to try and get through all of the options and then we can keep discussing them. Horowhenua is part of a Greater Wellington Council.
So this one's really interesting. It's probably the opposite of the last one. I'm not sure who decided on the options order, but this is quite good. It has the most diverse communities, that goes without saying, and obviously the widest geographic spread. On the flip side, it has probably the strongest functional coherence for most of the grouping. You guys are the outlier, though. There, all those other councils are very interconnected in their commuting habits. Not so, obviously, with people in this area who mainly work in this area or work in the closest districts, not going into the metro. It does obviously provide access to, all the bigger hub kind of infrastructure, the centre port, the airport routes, etc. But it's, the difficulty of this one is the manageability of those very diverse communities, and whether HDC having more of a rural population is the outlier amongst the other ones. And this repeats very much what I've just said around the functionality in the commuter corridor, but obviously it also crosses two regional boundaries, like option 1.
You are effectively the end of it, and you are from a Wellington perspective, it aligns well with catchments and planning, and then you sit out on the end of it. It's not necessarily a great place to be. Representation wise, at this sort of scale, you're talking north of 500,000 people in a council. So even if you had 10 local boards, they're still representing 50,000 people. That's not even one that covering your current district. So there is some significant changes to level of representation that Horowhenua would have if you were part of a Greater Wellington Council, which is probably saying the obvious. So the initial assessment, it aligns much better with what the government's looking for, albeit that you have crossed one boundary through you. Economies of scale, this has got the best chance of achieving those. You've got a large urban population, which can drive efficiencies. It can. It performs very poorly against maintaining local voice. You have very little say. 30,000 ratepayers amongst 530. It is only the scale of it that enables Horowhenua services to continue to be delivered. But you have very little control over those.
In terms of looking at this, public transport's going to be massive for how well we integrate with any of the other regional areas in terms of that economic growth and supporting the community. So is that recognised in government? Because at the moment this is great on paper, but when it comes down to practicalities, it's not going to work for us very well.
My understanding is that the Wellington option, which this would include, and if Wairarapa is part of it, their thinking is that a public transport CCO or similar entity would be responsible for public transport across the lower North Island at a greater than council level to enable that to happen. Put quite simply, the Wairarapa cannot afford to do public transport on its own. It needs that greater than council scale for public transport. So when the financial information comes through around this, I understand that public transport will be excluded and expected to be delivered differently. What's the view on our assessment of this? I know this is a workshop and we're not making decisions, but because we don't have that granular level of information yet, so we can't give that to you. Yeah.
I was going to say my worry of that is simplifies local government being green in terms of a green headlight to the government.
Simplifies local governance is the criteria, not government. Yeah, there's a subtlety in there, and it is quite simply about having less government in each council area. Yeah. Is we've gone from a representation. It's on here. Say at the moment of 3,200 per councillor. You've got community boards. If you went into a Wellington unitary council, you would have your community electing the equivalent of maybe one councillor and some form of involvement in a community or a local board. Maybe it does represent most of the district without making decisions, because that's not what we're here to do. But is that at the deal breaker end of the conversation, or is it actually we could live with that if the information comes back and says that this is significantly cheaper for our ratepayers?
I would have to say that that's going to be a deal breaker for the people I've talked with. To me, it's not just red; it's flashing red, on and off to be of serious concern.
Yeah, based on just the feedback we've had in this last short period of time, from my perspective, the community are telling us that would be a deal breaker, let alone what our personal views are, but that's the message.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when does the population number introduce diseconomies of scale? Because, from what I've read, if you take the Auckland Supercity model as an example, the rationalisation of local authorities into one is certainly created more higher levels of service, higher costs, as you said, employee count, all that kind of stuff. And the evidence I've sort of seen seems to suggest that actually the sweet spot for economies of scale is between 50,000 and 200,000. That's kind of the sweet spot. But does that align up with what you've seen in terms of when does the diseconomies of scale sort of kick in? Do you know?
When we've looked at the data across New Zealand, we did a project for DIA a few years ago about this sort of thing. We saw the efficiency starting to tail off about 50 to 70,000 councils of 50 to 70,000, but there's a big asterisk there because there isn't many councils in New Zealand above that, and we had to take Auckland out of that analysis, so you have a limited pool above which. We did a really interesting piece of work in Sydney, where a council that we did modelling for about what it would look like when it was merged. 5 years later came to us and said, can you model what an unmerging would look like? Because our community doesn't want that anymore. And we're able to compare the projected position with the actual position. And actually, it was pretty much on point. And what we were able to show there is that the whole council, the new one, was delivering levels of service and services that were 9% cheaper than the other councils would have. But none of that was delivered as lower cost. It was all delivered as more services and higher service levels. So there is this thing that all the service levels come up to a higher level. They aren't typically returned to the community as lower rates. I don't know if that answered your question. Sorry, Sam. What I would also say is that you may well have seen models floating around from Bay of Plenty or other places where instead of governance delegations, say to a local board, they're also looking at delegating service delivery to the local boards. So it's a sort of a slightly new model. You might have heard the term Greater Manchester model, things like that. So in the red box, you might have 6 or 7 community councils or local leadership authorities, they're called, each of which is an organisation with a level of elected council over it, and a chief executive and staff delivering services as well as up there. That is when you take away the opportunity for efficiencies, because you have created quite a web. So some of that depends on how you put the model together.
I personally don't think that would be very positive with our community, because if you look at it from, say, a sports viewpoint, you would be the poorer, smaller cousin on the sidelines as a substitution, waiting to get on the field to go and play. And I haven't seen any models where that we would be guaranteed that would not be the case. And also, we've got such specific concerns for our communities and our areas that, yeah.
Okay. Option 3, Horowhenua, Kapiti and Harney.
This is actually the most interesting one in terms of what the data does and doesn't show. If you looked at it on face value, you'd see slight differences, more than slight differences in some of the demographic profiles, but actually the underlying trends are the same. So they're actually quite similar in terms of their model of ageing, they're moderately growing, there's a mix of urban and rural communities. And similarly, and they also have strong geographic coherence, which we really enjoyed when we put the maps together. There's not a missing jigsaw piece in the middle. And I guess similarly, on first blush, it looks like there's quite poor functional fit, though. It's not, I guess, currently how commuter patterns are working, with Kapiti pointing towards Wellington. But what I would say with this one is that it's really about focusing on what's complementary. So you've got obviously 3 quite interesting economic bases across the 3 districts, and you've also got Palmerston North emerging as the Lower North Island freight logistics hub, which naturally points things potentially that way, not the other way. The other obviously interesting geographic reference for this model is that you're in the middle, you're not on the side, which I think does matter.
So pictorially representing it, we saw a pretty strong alignment with the intent of the planning legislation and the new planning framework. It does cross existing boundaries, because that's what the regions are at the moment, but it actually has a pretty good integration of catchments, infrastructure growth, and the environmental plans. So I guess the downside here is that crossing into the Wellington region for planning, but other than that, it's a pretty good fit for what the intent of the new planning framework is. Representation again, you see a significant decline simply by bringing in population. Palmy itself is a big city. It brings in decent population, but it's not as extreme as the Wellington example. Again, you don't. It's not 3 local boards. It would be whatever you decide is the right number for you. But you have the opportunity to choose that. So our unveiling of this one is a positive one. We saw it as a reasonable balance between what the intent of the Head Start pathway is, to simplify local governance, support the planning regime. It does not maintain the same level of local voice that you have now. None of them do. But it is less disruptive of that, just by dint of the size of the population, and also the similarities in the geographic nature. What's everyone's thoughts there?
I think that's a good summary, and for us, I suppose being in the middle, I think is beneficial. And but yeah, there's probably is that disalignment just crossing over the Greater Wellington and horizon stuff. It's good.
It's interesting that by adding a bigger partner enables growth goes to green rather than yellow.
From my perspective, it seems like probably the best synergy if you look at it, and probably about the right balance for scale. If you look at catchment areas, I don't understand how it's not. If you look geographically, we talk about the Wellington region, but it doesn't. There's no real rivers in that connect through, and catchments that connect through. So really, I think it doesn't really add a layer of complexity at all, because it probably naturally fits in this area anyway. It doesn't naturally fit in the Wellington catchment, I don't think. So that's my view.
Yeah, we see that as more of a structural challenge at the moment rather than a catchment challenge. Yeah.
My concern is the balance of the differences if we just looked originally at HDC and KCDC, and then thrown in the mix of Palmerston City Council, whether there's a hidden cost to communities or some communities that would need to be worked through and checked out to make sure that, because there was such significant differences with just HDC and KCDC, that the Palmerston North edition doesn't look like it's better, but in actual fact there's going to be unintended consequences. So that would just be my concern on because to me that you see two very different pictures, and we just need to be therefore aware of that.
Yep, that's good comments. And the sort of underlying data is in what's there for you around the communities. Option 4 is effectively your central district's water. But what would it look like as a council area? I pressed the wrong button.
So this one's really interesting. It's probably the one with the greatest demographic spreads. There are some things that tie you together in terms of perhaps the age of the population, but there's other things that create, I guess, greater diversity despite some quite strong regional ties, and obviously that the water entity ties as well. And so it's really about the question around managing that. The other issue is that while you have the strong hub with Palmerston here, Horowhenua is disconnected in some regards from the other two. It's not quite as functionally obvious because Rangatiki has strong commuter ties with Palmerston North, whereas HDC doesn't link in quite in the same way. So it feels like positionally it's a little bit more of an outlier than the previous model that has you strongly in the centre with Palmerston North on top.
Having this presented as a picture is a pretty good way to point out what is a pretty obvious flaw in this one, and it is a hole in the middle. It's not contiguous, which has weaknesses across a number of areas. But to be perfectly honest, it's included because it's your water entity, but I don't think that makes it therefore a good reason for you to think that this is the right structure for local government going forward into the future. Completely understand the need to look at it, but I don't think you should be beholden to something that was created for a water purpose for this. The water entities and councils with water CCOs, and that is a hugely complicating factor in all of this, but the right local government structure needs to be its own decision. That is really important, and then the water is kind of secondary to that. This goes across lots of catchments. From a planning perspective, it's not a good outcome. Might be a better outcome from a representation point of view compared to some of the others, because there's less people. So we did not score this very well at all. We did not assess it very well. We probably were kinder to it than some of the others, but we don't really see it as a credible option, if we're honest.
So, in spite of, that I don't understand really why the local voice and identity and the governance is scored so low on this one. To me, it seems it would be worth the higher score.
I think it's not just necessarily the number of people per representation, but it is the kind of disparity of the area that's being represented as well, and the lack of a kind of a coherent
just generally what emerges for me going through this is that, I saw a thing at the bottom line in that last couple of slides back where loss of a corridor, I think it was mentioned there, but nothing's actually lost, it still exists. So, I think the thing that's emerging for me anyway is that the most important aspects of this are going to be representation, governance, and actually money in the end, and the rest of it is all geography,
Could you press that button again? It's not on red.
Sorry, mine's disappeared. Yes, those are key aspects, but there are also, I guess, some immovable physical features of the country and the part of the country you're in that are also part of making a sensible local government area. And rivers, for example, are one. You can't change where the river is, so managing the catchment of the river is a reasonably important thing to consider. There are then major commuter movements, which can change over time, but again, they are, and economic corridors. There are things like that are also, managing those within one area, and whether it's the growth of them, the housing for them, the transport to them, those sort of managing growth, having that all within one area that's sort of part of the planning system question as well. So yes, there is how much is it going to cost everyone and how we're going to represent it. Yeah, but there is actually within these criteria some things that do make sense about what well-functioning local government unit should look at, should be responsible for. Next option was Horizons.
You're probably very familiar, I guess, with this one because it's been the subject of further conversation already. A little bit like the option that includes the 4 urban Wellington councils. Of course, the diversity is greater, probably more extreme here. The outlier would be the difference between the urban and the rural populations, not to mention just the geographic spread and the commuting time. It's not, completely unfunctional, but it basically relies on Palmerston North as the service hub, and how you would deliver services, I guess, to the community, coming back to the question that's just been raised. Even with the money, if you have greater diversity, it becomes harder to compete in that pool for the needs of your community.
From a planning perspective, it represents the existing. It represents the existing region, which makes it line up with the spatial planning. It's not an exact match for catchments. There are still some catchment management that crosses over, but they're relatively minor. So it obviously lines up with what the government's looking for there. Representation, it's kind of a bit squiffy. Again, there's a significant change there. It's a large geographic area with diverse communities spread a long way apart, with a sort of population centres at either east and west end of it, which is also, I guess, material. And look, if we're honest, one of the challenges with this is you do not have a united group who think that this is the right thing to be doing. So one of the risk factors we identified in mergers is communities being forced into it who don't want to be part of it. It makes implementation more challengeable, and down the line it can lead to dissatisfaction about the whole thing, and you can actually get towards the demergers. So the fact that you don't have a group of councils who think that this is a good idea means that it doesn't score well on that as well as some other criteria. And I don't think I'm talking out of school there to say that it's not an option supported across the region.
I'll jump in before everyone else has their 2 cents worth, but that was going to be my question. So it's all very well, we've looked at 5 options here, but if, I suppose when we look back to the water entity, we obviously need some willing players, willing partners, and I guess, as you get bigger, more players, there's probably more disconnect, and unless you've got councils that are actually willing to partner up and look at this actively, you sort of waste your time as options until we've had sort of a robust conversation in that sense. I guess we're a bit early on to sort of probably understand where everyone fits or what their other options are, but yeah, that's sort of my thinking.
Bernie might be able to give some input on that.
I don't disagree with you, actually, Paul. I mean, that was one of the concerns that I've got, is that we are moving well, we're moving ahead of the game and everything like that. We're almost putting our position up for everyone to throw darts at and say, oh yeah, that's a great idea, or not. And as we saw with Waters, we were scrambling around in the last couple of weeks working out who our partners were going to be. And that's where we've got to be, I think, a bit strategic in terms of our Head Start proposal, in terms of not maybe going too far down the track in terms of that, because I think there's a heck of a lot of work to be done post-election or from 27 onwards to decide initially. So to put a stake in the ground, I'm in a bit of a quandary as to whether we go hard and fast or we just sit back and see what everyone else thinks. Maybe it's a mix of both. But there's definitely, to me, this seems like the obvious choice, but there are those that will definitely not be part of this. So that's going to throw, complexity into it.
So my thoughts was, without the naming, of course, but we are talking about our northern partner, and not partner, but neighbour, is that going down the track and being ahead of the game, showing an indication, which is why I was interested in the fact that we hadn't done an option on with or without KCDC, but with Palmerston North and Manawatu with HDC, because that, just from a catchment point of view, seemed to be more logical. And what I have heard out in the community, some requests for Tararua, but that was just, even if they don't want to, the initial announcement from the minister was that you could pull in somebody even if they didn't want to.
Yeah, well, that might be the intention of the government or their wish. There's been a clear signal sent that there will be no forcing of councils to be part of any Head Start process within the Horizons region. So if Wanganui, if Ruapehu or Manawatu signal they don't want to be part of it, we will not be putting them into any Head Start proposal for the rest of us. Yeah. And what I think the only option that we haven't explored, which I think will fall out, is Palmerston North with Rangitika and Tararua, the four of us. To me, Tararua have indicated that their community actually wants to come over the hill. which is a bit surprising considering their natural allegiance with water has gone south as well. So, but their thing, and I think Rangitikei will be, one of those councils that get caught in into a corner and will probably have to make a decision whether they go with Palmerston North or go with someone else. But that may, that's what I'm saying. We're quite a way away from that sort of decision.
I just would make one comment, Bernie. I think there's a real difference between the water conversation. In water, there was a reason why you had to go. In the Head Start, but it's not the same. Like, I think water, you needed to find partners for balance sheet reasons. Head Start, you don't. If your partners are not there, then you don't have to do it. It isn't the same. I don't think there's the same burning platform.
So you saying that we could put a Head Start proposal without the consent of the councils that we do?
No, not at all. I was just saying that in water, I think you were forced into finding partners because that was still better than the status quo. Head Start, I don't think that's the case.
So, can we still do the same exercise for models or options that might not fit with the Head Start, but because I've got 3 models I'm keen to see, but they involve potentially unwilling partners, right? So, because there's no point having an area that's not contiguous. So that's where that HDC, PNCC, Manawatu, Rangitikei option, kind of want to see what that looks like on paper. Same with a provincial, rural, state highway 1 corridor. So that would be HDC, Manawatu, Rangitikei, because I think that there's some synergies there in terms of that provincial rural mix, similar sized urban hubs, and probably more opportunity for equalisation of representation arrangements. But then also seeing like a provincial rural grouping of KCDC, HDC, Manawatu, Rangitikei. And so like just seeing what it looks like without the PNCC. I know that a lot of these involve PNCC, but I can see that will be a fear of some of those smaller councils, is that you've then got a major urban centre and hub that's quite different to your current makeup. So is that possible to look at those options or not? I mean, I know it's ultimately for naught in terms of Head Start, but yeah, it'd be good to get the comparative.
Yes, it is possible. What I would say is we're trying to be, I guess, deliberate and conservative with the amount of work that goes into options that don't exist or aren't credible at the other end. Because apologies for the lines not lining up, but that's really easy to put on a chart. But actually, if you, whatever councils you want to put in the red and say we're a unitary, working that out is actually going to be quite complicated. Once you settle on an option, then yes, you're going to want more level of financial information. So try to make sure that we don't burn your time and money on things that aren't realistic. So yes, we could do a first pass and give you some information on it, but I think perhaps to Bernie's point as well that there's only so far that it's worth going on different options until they're real and you want them.
And in the initial parts of this process, I had a similar line of thinking, was that, and certainly there was a couple of conversations I had where people indicated they'd like for rural areas to stay together. But what I've come to understand, I think, is that without a city population, you're not going to get the economies that you need around the ratepayer bases and that sort of thing. So my sort of sympathy softened towards Palmerston North from there on. Probably I'll be, my personal opinion is leaning more towards Palmerston North than towards the south cities. But what I hear really strongly is that wherever we line up, wherever we go and, try and sort out our dance card, is that we're very clear in the conversation about our community outcomes and priorities. and we're very clear about representation and how the needs of what is currently a district are represented going forward. So that the conversation is more than just who we partner up with, it's how we partner up, some detail around that, or some thought and probably some non-negotiables around that.
You're absolutely right that the rural interests and the urban interests, if you separate them, then you are separating the area that generally funds the current regional council activities that happen in the rural area. Yeah, we haven't got the data out of Horizons to prove that in this area, but it holds true everywhere else.
But is that because of public transport?
Not just exclusively public transport, no. But where public transport exists, it's a big part of it, but there are other functions, yeah.
Do we know when that data's coming? Because Bernie alluded to that report. Do we know that when we'll get that data? Because it seems to...
Probably a couple of weeks, yeah. Well, they said 2 to 3 weeks last Monday, so it's, probably 10 days away, hopefully.
They're working pretty hard to produce some reasonably detailed information for everybody at the same time. If you had to line us up and say which one of these 5 options we think are credible for you, for all of the reasons, this is where we would land. And you don't need to decide now that those 3 in red get stopped and nothing further goes on them, but we thought there's no point coming today and being equivocal about it. But those 2 to us seem like the best fit for the government criteria and for what your criteria is, and they line up reasonably well with the community sentiment too, I think.
So can you just clarify for me once again, because I'm a little bit unsure, in terms of what the government initially said to now what it's saying, are you saying that the government is now saying if you don't make a decision, and even if you do make a decision, initially they were saying we'll make it for you and we'll decide at the end, we'll get your information, but now they're saying if you make a decision and you give something that's good, we'll go with that and we won't necessarily change it. Is that correct or not?
Not quite. Initially the government said you can either be Head Start and choose your destiny, or you can go to Backstop and we'll do it to you. What they've softened now is you can still go Head Start and choose your destiny, but that it must be a unitary council, or you can go into the Backstop, and they have said that it's going to be a more collaborative process than what they first announced, but that expect the CTB boards to take over the function of regional councillors from 2028, and part of the original Simplifying Local Government program was you had 2 years to come up with a way to deliver regional functions. What I would also just slight asterisk there is if you look at what the original proposal was, it said the CTBs may be a board made up of councillors, of mayors. It may involve appointed commissioners, or it may involve a combination of them both. So while they've said CTBs, there are still a couple of avenues where they could push an agenda. An agenda that sounds terrible. Push their policy, which unashamedly is we want less councils and we want unitary councils. Like that's really clear.
And in the end, who will decide the governance arrangements for these unitary authorities? Is there any clarity on that? Is that going to be the councils themselves, or is that going to be government?
You propose that as part of your proposal. You say what governance arrangements you expect to have, only to a level of detail in the head outline proposal in August, and then you get until March to finalise it. But you will get to determine that, yeah. So we haven't finished the information for you yet. There's still some gaps in it, and so there is a report still coming as quickly as we can get that data and get it to you, and it will be a written report rather than that, but it's going to be along these lines using the information that we've got, the government criteria, what you've said that's important, all the available data to provide a summary of these options that we're assessing.
Because is it correct that there's kind of two stages now, actually? Because it's like, one, do you want to participate in Head Start process? And then two, what's your preferred option? Because of what you just described in terms of the backstop process doesn't quite look as bad as it did 2 months ago. Sorry, I'm gonna we've got to assess what's the benefits of actually going Head Start. Like, if not all of the sensible ideas or sensible options are actually on the table because there's unwilling partners, is it sensible to go early? I'll stop it.
Yes, as we've said a number of times, you have until the 9th of August to submit a Head Start, and that means you have until then to decide that that's the right thing to do. So part of that is, what are the credible options? Do those partners consider that to be a credible option for them as well? And can you get sufficient alignment on the important things to put together a proposal that can get to the government by the 9th of August?
So, Dan, Mayor Scott shared a letter that he'd received from the Minister just this week, which said that the Head Start pathway is voluntary for those councils that are ready to move quickly, which indicates that for the vast majority of us, we're not ready to move quickly, and that, why would you want to be, why would you put too much effort into putting forward a Head Start proposal that would take some years to actually fashion and model, and probably wouldn't be ready for October 2028.
If I needed to sort of provide an answer to that, to say why you might, I would say, if you sat around this table and you decided actually you can see that the best thing for your community would be Kapiti, Palmerston North, Horowhenua, and maybe Manawatu's part of that or not, I don't know, but you see that as the right grouping, but you say, well, actually, if we don't put that in as a choice, it's not going to be one the government would choose for us, because it's not the logical, simple answer, which is Kapiti goes into Wellington and you're part of the Horizons, because that's the CTV. You guys would immediately be separated. Not that you couldn't come back together, but you might think we would lose the opportunity for that.
So we've at least got a signal, even if we're not ready to actually, progress it further down the track in a hurry.
I think so. You've been around and better at politics than I am, but one of the crucial things as well is, when you read the documentation, the deciding body for Head Start, it's not the Department of Internal Affairs, it is the Minister. So they are looking for the thing that gives them the tick.
I'll bet you to it, Sam. So just to clarify that in my own mind, you're saying that if we continued with an option, there's nothing to stop us widening that when we do more data, and if we get more willing partners to come into the conversation later on by March. So I'm just saying, say one of our neighbours has a change of heart, and after we've done our 9th of August, they said, actually, we've looked at what you've done and we've quite liked the modelling.
I think the government would be very open to that. I mean, they have said what they want. Less councils, unitary councils, if you were to change it, because there is no legislation for this, there is no mechanism, there is just an announcement with which you need to comply, and the legislation that comes in to support it is not until next year, because there's an election coming. So I think if somebody wanted to join you later, that would be allowed.
Can I just check that my understanding is correct, that as well, that a Head Start proposal is a precondition to statutory relief for your long-term plan, or representation review next year. Is that still being framed in that way by DIA and others?
Yes, as I understand it, yeah.
So would it be fair to say at this point we'd be better off to identify maybe two options, potential options, and then tease out with those optionees whether they want to be part of it to preclude wasting any more time, energy, and so forth?
Yeah, and I think that you might have meetings coming up where some of that could take place. I don't think I'm letting the cat out of the bag there, am I, Bernie? No.
The conversations are going to happen, and at some stage we're going to have to draw a line in the sand, and we're scheduling another mural forum for early July, 8th of July, where there's going to have to be some signalling from each individual council as to what their position is.
I guess what I've been hearing from those I've been speaking to is just a real concern in terms of the social, the cultural, the economic and environmental impacts that this will have on the community, depending on who we go with. And so that clarity of communication and information is really essential for our community as we bring them along the way, so that they understand that we're trying to make the best decisions that we can, and we are taking those areas into account, which will make a massive difference one way or the other as we move forward. And the more information, I know that it's difficult, but the more information, clear information we have will not just help us make that decision, but help the community to understand why.
So, how do those chats, like, this is really awkward. It's like we fancy someone, but we don't know how to ask them out. You know, like it's, I don't know how to analogize it, but it's like, you know.
It is, and that's so that's one of the reasons why I came out with my preferred option over the weekend, and I've informed the mayors in my Horizons region and those to the south is what I'm thinking. And reaction says, well, you do what you need to do, Bernie, but that's, that's fine. And as I said, there's a range of views in terms of yes, no, maybe. And all of them will be having the workshops like we're having at the moment to try and understand, what it is. As Dan's alluded to, that information that's going to come from Horizons about their functions and the revenue and the dollars and the rates will, I think, inform, because the affordability piece is a key element of any partnership proposal, obviously. I mean, it might, show that, Kapiti's just not, that it's not worth progressing. Who knows? But so there's still a little bit of work to be done and to be seen before we get to that stage. I think we're going to be working right up to late July before we get to a situation where we're ready to sign off a proposal.
Have there been any kind of early indications of yes, no, maybe, or is that we haven't got that far? Like, just in terms of people throwing out signals.
Well, the signals from Palmerston City is that they are very open to any conversations. The signals from Manawatu, completely the opposite. They're a closed shop, and they've signalled that they don't want to go anywhere near amalgamation. Tararua indicated that they may wish to come over the hill. Ruape, who have got a number of options, and I think they're certainly on the unknown basket, because they could go to Waikato, they could go to us, wider Horizons region, or they could go with Wanganui. So Wanganui probably are again more leaning to the no and want to explore different things. I don't think they're that keen on going with Palmerston, for instance. And then that leaves Rangitikei, which I think are almost caught in the middle a little bit about what their options are, and not quite sure. I think, to be honest, they're probably a little bit more favourable to a rural connection rather than an urban connection. And Kapiti, I think, while they don't necessarily want to join with Wellington, they know they don't really have a relationship further north than us, and haven't really explored that yet. Is that a fair summation as how you see it, Dan?
Yeah, I think it's a good summary, Bernie. I think there is a sort of an east-west thing in the horizons as well. I think which might play out that it's more likely that it's not one and that there's two, using the population centres as a bit of a proxy. I also interpret the options that are on the table here as something that at least has had some conversational thought into. Well, let's understand what that looks like, because that could be on the table. Yeah. I know that sounds like cloak and dagger, but it's probably not nearly as much as that.
It is interesting though that we're all asking each other where your councils sit. So obviously the conversations that are going on are like this. The workshops throwing a whole lot of different things around and trying to understand what their options are. But I definitely Manawatu are throwing a bit of a spanner in the works by just absolutely saying no, we're dead against amalgamation. We don't believe it should happen. We believe we have community support for that, and so how that, their belief is that the backstop process will give them the opportunity to, get what they want. Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking that the most important thing in the end for our communities is going to be that voice, their actual part in their local democracy. So I'm thinking that the most important aspects of this are probably going to be governance and representation, because that's where they'll see that, that they still have a part.
I think you're right. In some other areas where we're working, where there's a very defined set of options across a whole group, actually what does the representation actually look like in that option compared to that option is the critical discussion point. Like it is, you actually can't move forward until you define that single unit tree looks like this with this many community boards and they represent this group. Whereas two unit trees, for example, has this representation and they represent these communities of interest. You actually can't move forward till you do that. So I think you bang on. Thank you for your patience with the 80 slides. There is more in your pack for you to dig into as well.
I just
Questions
want
to Ash.
Is there anyone else that wants to add anything that hasn't spoken before we finish? I just want to say thank you so much for coming to see us today and all of the team. The information was really, really important, and I hope that whoever's watching or listening at home gets a really good understanding of where we're actually at, that the transparency and communication around this table with what we've brought today shows that everyone is in the same boat. We don't have as much information as we'd like. We're all pedaling forward as fast as we can with a big headwind, and that we've gone out to the community to seek their support, to seek their advice, and that's going to be included in how we move forward. And we look forward to keeping in contact with them and seeing where we move on, but really appreciate the immense amount of work and the clarity of the information that you have provided today. And thank you to those who have joined us from the community in the audience. We have a break now. Do we have a break until 4 o'clock? Is that right? Or just before 4? Are we? Okay. They're looking at me like, yes, we have a break. So let's take a break until he's here, and if we can start earlier, that would be fantastic. So on the break right now, and then Just to let everyone know, we are live. We are live again. All right, everyone, we are live. We'll get everyone to sit down. Nice to see you, Chris. Thank you very much, everyone, and I'd like to welcome Chris and Jacinta to the table. We are now going to be discussing Central District's water and their proposed funding approach, and I'll hand it over to Jacinta to begin.
Thanks, and hello everyone, great to be back. So in advance of the paper that will come out this evening, we thought it would be helpful, actually your team thought it would be helpful, that we come along and have a good open conversation about it all, so that when you get the paper tonight, there won't be anything new in there, and we've had the chance to talk it through and ask any questions as we work towards hopefully you approving it next Wednesday. What it's going to do, the big intention of it is it will enable Central District Water to obtain independent funding during the transition period. So just to start it off, and Chris no doubt will jump in as we go along, I guess in terms of the establishment program, it's coming along really well. It's tracking ahead of schedule, probably roughly about 3 months ahead of schedule. Some of the key things that have happened with the establishment are, as you know, we hired the board early. The chief executive recruitment's currently underway. The digital program, in terms of that program, that's coming along well as well. You look like you want to jump in.
Yeah, can't help myself. Sorry, Jacinta.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I think the key thing is really, and sometimes we talk about the fact that we're 3 months early, and you can get the opinion that we thought, oh, well, let's just try and go faster. There was a sort of a method to that, and I guess if you sort of go way back, if you remember the modelling that was done around for the decision, there was modelling that was done to try and understand, the options, and there was assumptions that were made in that modelling. Then, once we made the decision and we all agreed to go with the three-party CCO, then we had to do the water service delivery plan. And I guess at that stage we were still, just putting together, on the basis of what we'd already sort of decided, what that plan looked like. And I guess when we did that, there was a high-level implementation plan, and we had to set out our assumptions about how that would go. And look, I wouldn't go as far as to say that it was sort of wet finger in the air, but there were a lot of just sort of trying to think about how that would go, and look, so we made a lot of sort of educated, assumptions around that, and I think that was good. We got it in there. Everyone said that's great. And then I guess not much longer, we started setting up the establishment team, coming up with a bit of a plan, with trying to get into the detailed plan. And it became very evident that if we'd stuck to that original timeframes assumptions within the water service delivery plan, we were at high risk of just not making day one in good shape. So you'll remember the conversations that we've had over probably the last 9 to 12 months, in fact, talking about the program, encouraging to sort of to support a program that was going to go a lot faster. It was really because it wasn't just because we thought we could go faster. Wouldn't that be cool? It was actually, if we want to have a program that's going to get us to day one in good shape, we need to go faster. We need to be able to get to the point where we've got a board in place, being able to make some decisions to help support the establishment of the organisation. So we've sort of shortcutted a lot of that conversation to say, oh, we're about 3 months ahead of schedule overall. I mean, some things were about 9 months ahead of schedule, quite frankly, but overall But what I would say is we're where we need to be to have confidence about getting to day one in good shape.
Thanks. And following on from that, some of the key things around that we'll talk about in a minute are the digital program, and you'll see that on there in terms of the board recently approving the customer strategy, the digital strategy, and the digital program, all the systems and tools that need to be in place for the company to operate from day one. In the water services delivery plan, when that was approved, that assumed that those systems wouldn't be in place until years 2 and 3. So that's a significant variation to assumptions in terms of what was assumed. So when we came forward and got that approved, that was one of the key assumptions that has significantly shifted in the thinking, and that's one of the key reasons why we're coming today for a conversation around different ways of making sure that that digital program can be delivered in advance of day one.
And just going back to what I was saying before, I mean, that was again another one of the key assumptions that I think we got quite wrong. But the thing underlying that assumption was that we would be able to, easily reuse council systems and basically, do some sort of a shared service during the first couple of years, and we could delay that, bringing on, building new systems until, to another day. And I guess as we got in, and we had a company called Blue Beacon come in and do a lot of due diligence around looking at our systems and looking at what opportunities there were. Because if we could have done that, quite frankly, we would have. And so we've looked at that, and it's basically you look across the 3 councils. There's not, there's very little where there's commonality. So even if you said, well, let's consolidate on Horowhenua's system for this, you'd have to onboard 2 other operations onto it in their context, which would be quite frankly regretful spend that we would just have to undo and then build it again. So so going through that work, again we said, look, that assumption's just not right. So we've in the digital strategy we've gone through that and explained why we've had to the right thing to do is to bring that forward.
And one thing just to mention in there as well, and we'll talk through these bits in more detail, but this is kind of the high level overview bit, is in relation to the digital, where you'd say, look, why aren't we looking at council systems and the ability to share services? The main focus of it has been looking at how can CD Waters partner and share services with the other water entities to make sure that there's critical mass and efficiency and ability to bolt on other water entities in the future should things change. And so that has been on making sure that can happen versus lining it up necessarily with the council side of the system. So that's been a key part of it. And through the digital program, the proposals have all been along the lines of being able to align with the other water entities that have started or are also planning to start 1 July 27 as well.
Can,
Are there any
can I
questions?
just jump in, because obviously this is a prelude to a paper that will be in the agenda next week. But I guess my question is, where it sounds like you're kind of signalling that there's been some quite big departures or changes as per water service delivery plan, and obviously want to give the board autonomy to make the decisions it needs to make. But where there's big departures from the water service delivery plan, it feels like we're kind of getting ahead of making sure the councils are on board with that. Is that? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking about. So the digital services one, that's the one that's come through quite recently, but everything else in here is things that we've brought through the chamber and we've talked about and we've agreed to, like the frame, bringing the board on basically, that was all part of it. So there's been a number of things. There's only really one key assumption that hasn't really gone through that process because it's a relatively recent decision that's been made, and that's the one about the digital services. And I guess that's why we're wanting to be very transparent with all the councils about, look, one of the things that this separate line of funding will do is give them the ability to do these systems, and we're highlighting now, look, this is a departure, wanting to be really transparent about that, wanting to have the opportunity to to ask questions about why are we doing that, and I guess hopefully the message you'll take away is that it's a well considered decision, and we think actually in the longer term, makes the most sense.
Thank you, Chris and Jacinta. I'm looking forward to the rest of the report, but I just want to sort of foreshadow some stuff that we've had a conversation about today, is that in fact West Water delivery agent until 1 July 2027, and there are a few steps that seem to be, there's stuff that looks like moving ahead, but there's a couple of steps where we're feeling a bit behind with, namely something I ask for at every meeting is the MOU, and we don't seem to be getting any traction on that. And as a council today, we've given clear direction that that those foundational documents aren't there yet. So I just wonder,
So what do you want to know? Sorry.
We seem to be missing foundational documents, but there's lots of other work going on that seems to be ahead of what we thought might be happening. Just some clarification around how that's, why that's occurring, when we haven't got foundational documents from us as a council, or for us as part of that entity.
Okay, yeah, no, look, understand the question, thank you. MOU, I wouldn't describe it as a foundational document. It was a sort of an add-on that we agreed in this chamber that would do. So I'm not walking away from that, but it's certainly I don't think it is. Yeah, look. Probably what I would say is that I 100% hear you on the MOU. I'd love to get it off my plate. I want to get it done as soon as I possibly can. And it is certainly not because we're just deprioritising it and not trying to get it done. I understand, the view, in this room about how important it is to have it alongside the statement of expectations. I'm trying to work out how to make that work. The challenge we have, of course, is that. So just to give you a bit of the background on this, and I've seen that certainly. I know Sam and others, and me and Bernie have got sort of this in my email. We've sort of got ourselves in a bit of a catch-22 on it, in that we've had a draft and we've had meetings to start getting it to the point where I think it's sort of ready to have a wider engagement on it. One of the things that was missing was to add in some basically capture some of the key iwi sort of mechanisms to make it a real useful document. And we had an agreement that once Ngāi Tapuahu had seen the direction of the statement of expectations, then they would be in a position to say, okay, now we can do that next piece, and we can provide the input to what we think needs to happen. That's sort of a step I'm trying to get done, and we're now in the situation where they're saying, well, we can't do EBIT until we see what the SOE is like, and you're in the position of saying, well, we're looking for the MOU so we can sort of see where the SOE has to go. Look, I'm offlining and try and find a way of sort of breaking that deadlock. I think we've got now, a fairly advanced draft of the statement of expectations, so I'll continue to work to see if we can get that next version. The other thing that I'm been talking to Chris Gallivan about is, how we actually then, once we've got that next version, how we can then, close that out. And I'm suggesting that maybe the shareholders committee might be a good forum to try and knock the edges off that in terms of getting it to the point where, because ultimately councils will need to sign off on it, but we need to effectively negotiate that between 5 different parties, which is one of the challenges. That's what I'm hoping is the next step. So it's not that it's. I want to assure you that it's not that I've put it in the bottom drawer and forgotten about it. I'm just really struggling to try and work out how to get it to that next stage so that we can bring something back for you.
And we can't reiterate enough how important it is. We represent 36,000 people, and they hold us to account for this, and we've made undertakings with them. So, we give critical importance to making sure those documents are in place.
I absolutely hear
you. And in relation to that, I know, Councillor Mason, in terms of where everything's at, some are travelling at different speeds, and so it is difficult in terms of the conversations that we're having here and that one in terms of how, ideally that they would all be aligned. But what I thought might be helpful, I know we've had through the shareholders committee some conversations in terms of the budget and what it looks like, but I felt it was important just to step through it in a little bit more detail today to make sure that everybody in the room is, I know different members, depending on what committees are on or different meetings that they might attend, will see different parts of it. But effectively from now, any time that we represent the financials to the board, it's in the same format. Those then go online. It's the same format there. So we're trying to make everything consistent so that anytime either a member of the public or a council table or the board look at the financial budgets and an update of how the forecast is tracking, everybody sees the same information. So when we look at it, think about it in terms of 4 columns. So the first one is the council costs. Those are the staff time across each of the 3 councils that's spent on helping to make sure that CDW is established in advance of day 1. That also involves any legal advice or professional services advice that councils may seek as part of setting up CD Water. That budget is held and managed within each council, and that is funded by debt. And on day 1, as the transfer process happens, and effectively anything that occurs in that first column then transfers over to Central District's Water. So while it's time and costs spent by the council in the period between now and 1 July 2027, it's expected that all of those costs would transfer over to Central District's Water. When the establishment budget was set up as part of the Water Service Delivery Plan, that specific cost was not budgeted as part of the Water Services Delivery Plan. That is a separate cost that in councils, in terms of building their budget, assumed a certain level in terms of debt funding needed in the short term. So that's the first one. Any questions on that one before I move on?
Maybe just one key important thing about that one as well. So some of that cost in that area, that council cost, is money that's paid externally to consultants or for additional staff time. But there's a significant chunk of it, the lion's share of it, which is basically staff costs that aren't sort of over and above what you would have budgeted for anyway. So, but what we are doing is capturing all of that time and all of those costs in an accounting sense as an establishment cost, because your staff have spent time setting up, helping set up the entity. So therefore, that's why it's captured as debt and then ultimately passed on as an establishment cost to the entity.
As well, the other bit just to mention is any staff time that is spent, 50% overhead is applied to that, and that is also recovered into this line, so to make sure it takes account of any costs of those staff from an IT, HR, all those other costs of providing services for that staff member as well. In terms of establishment costs, the establishment costs are the core part of the team. So the establishment team, which I'm part of, the leads within each team, and there's a couple of other people within that team that are working and providing services for that team. Any professional services time that's spent, so for the likes of Morrison, Lowe, Simpson, Grierson, helping us and your team as well with the transfer agreement, office setup costs, all those core costs of setting up the establishment and making sure we're doing all the right things to get ready for day 1. That is effectively what happens within that establishment cost column. So the budget that was set up within the Water Service Delivery Plan for that was $3.687 million. And we'll talk about that in a minute in terms of what it looks like now in terms of a forecast. That establishment IT cost, again, that is all of the costs of implementing the IT systems for Central District's Water. So within that, the budget had $6.3 million. So that was budgeted in year 2 and 3 of the Water Services Delivery Plan. So that, when we talked about assumptions, that's the key change that really we're seeking some approval from next Wednesday in terms of advance funding. I'll talk more about why in a minute.
Okay. Yeah,
I will. And then the CDW operational costs. We'll talk in more detail about this as well. But when the Water Service Delivery Plan was budgeted, it only had a budget, and I say only, it had a budget of $560,000. That was on the assumption that we had a board that was only going to start 6 months before the organization started, and a chief executive, which was also going to start roughly about 6 months before the organization started as well. Because we are starting early, or planning to start, we've had the board start early, the chief executive is planning to start early. and at this, so those are some of the reasons why, as we talk in a minute about why that might be quite a different cost for day one, and that's another reason why at this stage we think we may need to fund some additional costs in the setup time. So, any questions on that before I jump in? There's a bit more detail as we move through into the next slide. Do you all have this one? Have you got it open on your? I was just conscious that some of the text. Alice, is it in the hub? Oh, if you've got it in your email, I might suggest even if you bring it up, if you've got your laptop there, some of the text is a little bit small. I'll talk through it anyway. So that first slide was to try and give you a sense of, okay, well, when we set the budget, what was included, what were the assumptions of what fit within each column? And this next one is to give you a bit of a sense of, okay, well, within each of those columns of spend, how are things tracking? So from a council cost perspective, total spending up to the 31st of May was 1.3 million. So of the total council costs that have been spent, 1.3 million has effectively gone on to debt for the three councils, which will, on 1 July 2027, transfer to Central District's water.
Jacinta, can I just ask what council's position is on stranded overheads in terms of the cost that will be left after the transfer? In terms of, I mean, it doesn't seem like a simple just transfer of everything that's going, all the debt and everything. We'll have costs that will be associated with different parts of the business that are connected to the water delivery at the moment. Is there any sort of conversations happening at a high level around that?
So you're referencing, for example, there might be staff in the organisation where only a portion of their role might sit within waters, and what would happen when the transfer happens? Is that what you're meaning?
That figured into some of the council costs.
At this stage, no. So when we talk about the forecast, it's it could be tensions over there. It's forecast to be potentially up to 3.4 million. At this stage, it doesn't include those stranded overheads, but absolutely the CEs and the people the person that's leading the people work stream are actively having those conversations about what are the impacts and what does that mean. And through the transfer agreement process, that would be the opportunity for councils and the CDW board to have those conversations about funding and is there anything that needs to be negotiated related to stranded overheads as those final sort of transfer principles and negotiations happen.
I think some of those things may include, so as we go through the process of setting up Central District's water itself and looking at what functions it needs, there will be some things where we may be able to say, well, look, that could be delivered as a shared service from one of the other councils, or even potentially across all three councils and Central District's water. I think that's the real opportunity that we're talking about, is how do we, we can think about more broadly about how you address some of these sort of scale issues. So that's how they'll primarily be addressed, I think.
Just before we get into the numbers, can I just ask a more fundamental question around, I'll imagine that the board will be doing some sort of work on a people strategy and I'm not sure how it then overlaps with the transfer stuff, but that people strategy will presumably dictate when roles transfer over into CDW, because there'll be people that are in water roles that will either transfer before the operative date of 1 July or at the date of 1 July, presumably. And so can you just talk to, what's the thinking in terms of making sure we don't duplicate people costs, is kind of in a simple term? Yeah.
That's a really good question. And I suppose there's a few elements to that. First of all, I guess, from the design of the organisation and how do you then, populate it over time, it's, I guess a lot of that detail is yet to come
particularly with the chief executive. It's probably the key responsibility for the chief executive. That person comes in, designs that. So what we've got in there is a few assumptions about, at the moment they're just assumptions about when, some of that stuff could come. As you said, there's been some things that we've already made some decisions on around, the board and chief executive. That's a reasonable chunk of that. But then we basically just had to make some assumptions to say, well, look, you're likely to drips feed some of the establishment, the executive team over time. So you want to be ready to run by 1 July. So you don't necessarily want to be out hiring people to start on 1 July and say, oh, what are we doing? So there's a little bit of that. But yeah, look, it's something that I've been thinking about in terms of, so if I had the opportunity to do this, I'd look at what's in the establishment team. I'd look at what's in the Central District Water Management team, and I'd try and work across that, because you're right, you don't want to duplicate. There's no point, for instance, having someone who's leading the finance work stream full time being paid a salary as part of the establishment team, as well as having a CFO, right? So I think that's the thinking at the moment is, and like I said, I think the thing would be is you bring people on as it makes sense to do so, trying to avoid duplication, because those two teams are effectively going to sort of work as one team, even though, and I'm doing the slide for the pack for next week as part of the establishment. It was in response to your request actually about seeing how all the governance works, but I've tried to explain in there a few bullet points about, the roles of the Central District Water Management team versus the establishment team, and a lot of it is just, it's a bit fluid.
And to follow on from that, Councillor Jennings, is the bit around that, so the far right one, which is the operational costs, when it says in there potentially up to 4.1 million, and it is about, kind of linked to Councillor Mason, I'll dump to you in just a second, is that question around you're kind of travelling and making assumptions about what you might need, and that assumption there is saying, we know we're going to definitely have a CE and a board, but thinking as well some members of a leadership team and potentially a capital delivery team, for example, might be required to start early to make sure things are set up. And so that on that right hand side is a very high level estimate that some funding is likely to be needed in advance of day one, in addition to the board and CE. What that number is absolutely will change, but it's to try and get enough of an estimate of what it might look like to make sure that enough funding is sitting there so that when that happens, and the key point of it is knowing where this council's balance sheet sits and the pressure on debt, not wanting to, for example, to then go 6.3 million plus for, another 10 million. Can we please have another 2.5 to 3 million, council, on your balance sheet for another, 12 months, so that we can enable that digital program to happen? Knowing that will put pressure on everyone's limits, is to say, rather than do that, we'd like to have a conversation about potentially, LGFA have recently approved us, for example, to join LGFA. We know that needs to be done for day one, but there is also then the opportunity to get that funding so that no longer impacts council's balance sheets in that interim period. So that's kind of where this the thinking is coming from. Sorry, Councillor Mason.
No, that's fine. I just, I guess we've had to do the work and set the annual plan, so we know what the water costs are for us until 30 June 2026, and we've talked to our district about that and signed that off a couple of weeks ago. That's just a bit of a surprise. We were aware that there'd be a $3.6 million startup fund, like that first line that you had there that was talked about, but it's and I just want to, there does feel like the risk of duplication, and if the entity's being established, is there a message going to our staff and our water deliverers that they won't be part of that there won't be roles for them? Because my understanding was that we were, we run a pretty good ship, that there would be opportunities for our staff, and that there was some sense of comfort that there wouldn't be, great disruption to them, and there was a sort of an expectation from within, I think, the community around that voice, and that our district wouldn't be any worse off. And that there would be prudent financial management, but if we're going to be duplicating stuff, it's going to be hard for us to take that message back to ratepayers about that. These are just things that are sort of, falling out of these conversations because it's kind of new information today that we haven't.
Completely understand that perspective. And I say, look, and Jacinta mentioned the idea of standing up capital delivery earlier rather than later. So this is and this is not about duplicating. This is about I guess what we've been doing as part of the program is looking at how do we make sure that when the organisation gets to 1 July 27, it's in a position to sort of pick things up and go, and carry on seamlessly. What the opportunity is potentially to transfer some things early. So this is not about standing up something in duplication, but as an example, the conversation we've been having across the three councils to say, well, look, capital delivery is something that is challenging, in all councils. You want to make sure you get that capital delivery mechanism right, and one of the challenges is trying to stand up a new capital delivery function on day one and then have confidence that you can deliver the plan in that year. Quite frankly, there's zero chance that you'll be able to do that. So one of the things we're looking at is to say, well, look, if you transfer some of those things in early, organise them in the way that you want them to be going forward, and then maybe what you would do is you'd be be a sort of like a capital delivery team on behalf of the councils for the Three Waters program. That way, you're not duplicating. You're just sort of transferring it early. So the thing that we haven't factored in here for some of the stuff, is that if those sort of teams transferred over, it should be probably a net zero gain.
Well, they could,
So we haven't built in add in another 3 million here and still have 3 million over there. It would be just transfer it over, get it going. So again, we'd be looking to the three councils to say, you've got some capital delivery people. We'd sort of have a conversation about what made sense, but there could be the opportunity to transfer early. Having this facility and being able to do that, gives us the ability to make sensible decisions about, early transfer for some things without having to worry too much about, funding it if there is some sort of investment you need to do up front. But yes, look, the biggest risk of the program, quite frankly, is making sure that we've got the people we need on day one. So a big part of the communications and people's work streams is making sure that we have an ongoing conversation with our people within the three councils, keeping them informed about what's going on, recognising there's some things that we can't make promises about until we know about, but keeping them up to date. What we need is those people to come across and be part of the new organisation, because we can't run water services without them.
So leading on from that and understanding very much this is the first time you're doing this, from the point of view that we're doing this, and that it's an $800,000 establishment increase, which is about 25% when you're probably actually starting almost 6 months ahead. So I can live with that comfort. My concern is what I'm seeing in the agenda papers is, and I understand bringing the digital program forward, I understand that, is that I'm not seeing the cost of interest and everything like that does to the modelling and to our ratepayers, and what we've done on everything, that you're bringing a debt forward, therefore you're bringing increased interest rates in that forward. So I would really have liked to see something like that to ease my comfort level, and questions from our ratepayers that when you bring debt forward, you're going to have an increased cost in the long term, and that's risk versus benefit discussion, because I definitely see the benefit. And then I just had a question on the short-term available funds at 5 million, just seemed awfully high for the first year.
You've jumped ahead of us and read the paper already.
Sorry, just to to go on the back of Nola, that was my concern as well, in terms of obviously the community is exceptionally nervous about having a new water entity, and there's a lot of concern of it's going to be super expensive, it's going to be double the amount, we're not going to be able to afford it, we're going to have to pay rates here and then water bills there. In terms of duplication, is it a duplication for our ratepayers, in terms of if we're doing something and then you're starting early, does that mean ultimately it's going to be up to the ratepayers to have double the amount of economic output than they would have if you didn't go early?
So the intention is absolutely not to duplicate, and to be fair though, bringing a board on early and bringing a chief executive on early and a couple of members of the executive team are an extra cost, because you are bringing them on earlier and you're not pulling them from a council perspective. So they are extra costs. But from a board perspective, they saw that the benefit of that is to make sure the organisation is set up really well to make really strong, effective decisions. And for example, at the last board meeting, the conversations about how are we best going to prioritise the spending, how are we going to budget this when the next, for example, in September, October, the first cuts of the water services strategy budget are planned to come. And in terms of extra costs, at this stage, some of the conversations that are happening are, there was $50 million on average that the three councils can deliver in water services over the next sort of 10 to 20 years. Some of the program at this stage looks like it could be upwards of $150 million in some of the years. So in terms of the decisions that I'm hearing at the board is this deliverable? Affordability is absolutely critical. Can some of the timing in some of these programs change to make sure that we're not making an impact on the customers? So I think absolutely, Councillor Fox, you mentioned you would have liked to see the interest and the modelling on impacts on ratepayers. That's absolutely fair. While we could impact and show you the impact of particular interests, at this stage, until the water services strategy budgets are completed, which is due to be updated by the end of July, and then we can run the impacts and understand what that looks like at a customer level, which is absolutely what we're intending to do. We won't necessarily know the particular impact from a ratepayer perspective yet. In terms of some of this, we can give you we can make sure we bring on Wednesday the impacts of the interest, because you're absolutely right. I hear what you're saying for that. But I guess in terms of the digital strategy, some of the conversations that I heard at the board table were around not wanting to invest too much money in systems and processes that then wouldn't be enduring and able to be carried on through shared services and efficiency for the water entities in the longer term. So it made smarter sense to start now and invest properly in line with what best practice that's happening across the country, rather than wait too long and need to bolt ourselves together on day one and have sunk costs that the communities would have to bear that we're trying to avoid that, I guess, is what.
No, thank you. I just would like, just a little bit of assurance so we can go back to our community.
That's right.
And it's not horrendous.
Look, I think that's right. Look, you're right, that is a cost. It only tells a small part of the picture, as Jacinta said, and I'm sort of, if you take the digital systems as an example, so you say, you'd have to sort of estimate, so what would the cost be of having to run on spreadsheets in your first year of operation effectively, and the potential inefficiencies that you would have in terms of, and the impacts on service levels, and not being able to, like one of the things that we're doing through the digital systems is to try and avoid the cost of having to do work within the councils to be able to do billing on behalf of Central District's water for the first few years. If you take Te Akiwai's experience, they're going live in 2 weeks' time. They've had a hell of a time, and it's been really, really, really difficult. And they have spent, I think it's confidential, but I know the number, and it's several millions of dollars that they've burnt in terms of getting ready to be able to do that. But that's sort of regretful spend, because you can't get that back. They'll actually have to dump that and build the systems again. So I would say absolutely confidently, by bringing this investment forward, you're setting up for success, and you absolutely will get really good return on that. However, you're dead right. There will be a cost of debt to bring it forward.
maybe if I touch on your question around the funding side of things. So the intention of this slide is just to give you a bit of a sense. When we talked about so we've had approval we've set up recently, and I won't name the bank because the contracts aren't signed yet, but a transactional bank, and also we've had approval from the board and from LGFA to join LGFA for the longer term, but also to receive short-term line of credit funding. The decision around what should that look like, we've been working closely with PwC and Simpson Grierson through the Treasury Work Program, and I know each of the councils have recently signed off the debt transfer method and principles. But in terms of trying to gauge what is a reasonable amount that we can have a conversation with the councils about supporting in terms of a line of credit, they were to effectively say the establishment costs of 4.4 million. That is then what that means is those establishment costs were initially assumed to be funded by council borrowing. So that will be, if this gets approved, will go on to the CDW line of credit. That means then from a council perspective, 25% of that is no longer requiring funding from the HDC balance sheet. So that's one benefit as well. The establishment IT cost of 6.3 means then, look, we're asking for this to be brought forward, but in awareness of the fact that that would put significant pressure on council's balance sheet. It was the request coming to say, would you approve us to be able to put that digital program and fund it through the line of credit instead? As well, those CDW operational costs that we talked about in that fourth column, having those funded by the line of credit as well, rather than asking councils to fund those through borrowings. And Councillor Fox, your question around that short-term available funds, and it is fair to say at this stage, that is not planned to be spent on anything. That is there, and that would require board approval if anything was needed. But that is there to say between now and end of July, end of August, when we start operating, for the fact that when you send your first bill out, you're not quite sure exactly how the payment pattern is going to fall and come due, and the inconsistencies and the lack of clear evidence and information on exactly what that cash flow is going to look like between now and end of July in our first year of operations in 2027. That $5 million is an ability to borrow, but is not an intention to borrow. So it's sitting there as just like HDC does have lines of credit sitting and available to make sure there's some to manage the liquidity risk and the cash flow management. And I should mention with that, when we had the conversation with the board around this last week, PwC are currently drafting a treasury policy for the board to approve, and all of that and the security around all of the frameworks around making sure this is all managed extremely well is really important. The Audit Risk Committee has had its first meeting recently. Linda Robertson, who's on the board, who was previously on the LGFA board for a number of years, is the chair of the Audit Risk and Finance Committee. Anything that gets made in terms of decisions for the use of these funds would need to go through both the Audit Risk and Finance Committee of the board of Central Districts Water and also through the board.
Just to keep on one of your questions. So, because I just think always expected there would be establishment costs. That was really clear in the Water Services Delivery Plan. And so the budget, as I understand it, was about 10.5 million as per the plan. Which, did that include or exclude the 6.3?
Excluded,
yeah. And so if we look at what was budgeted and what's actually now we're saying we're additional headroom, I guess we'd call it. So we're talking about a lift of about 3 million. Is that right? Is that my understanding? Like if you take all the columns combined, budget versus forecast or giving us runway, we're talking about an increase of about $3 million and bringing that 6.3 million forward is basically the summary. Is that right?
Yeah, roughly that's about right. But just to clarify as well, the key reason, if you look at column 2, absolutely there is, we are exceeding the budget for those establishment costs, and that's around having a more senior team and them also starting earlier. And then the key difference in terms of why that is where it is in terms of being that level is around potentially in those operating sides starting earlier than we had initially planned in terms of key operations. But it also, just to mention in terms of the duplication conversation earlier, that 4.1 million that's sitting there, and some of that being making up the roughly 3 million, is the fact that some council staff will no longer require to be funded in council. So your council is making a saving. They will have rated this year for a full water team. And if some of that team transitions to Central District's water, that fourth column it'll be funded by that line of credit, but there'll be a saving in the rates line for the council.
And I hope you don't take this as this trying to micromanage every dollar. It's just, I think we've got to be prepared to tell the story to our community that we said it was going to be this. It's higher, but these are the reasons why, and this is the short-term impact in terms of that water bill that you're experiencing. That's what you're. Yeah.
No, and I think this is really good. It should be open to challenge, and we want it to be as open and to be challenged as much as possible, because it's a really important setup and everyone in the community is concerned about it, and there is a lot of challenge with the water entities that are forming now. And so absolutely, if there are any areas where we haven't provided enough information or you'd like more to be able to have those conversations with your community, then please do say so, because that absolutely, it's good to be challenged and questioned, and don't feel like it's micromanaging at all. It's not.
Well, I'm going to annoy you then one that might be affecting your flow, but so that 6.3 million on the digital, are we confident, because that was a budget, and I know that there was always discussion at the joint workshops that we have with all the councils about what does that look like? There's a big number, but based on where the board's made its decision so far, is that 6.3 looking about right to deliver what we need to deliver? Because it was also the space in which there was opportunities for some efficiencies, potentially piggybacking off council systems, but hearing what you've said about that.
Yeah, and look, there are a few council systems that I think we will do. So there are some that we're able to use, which we won't touch, particularly the sort of operational technology things relating to telemetry, telemetrics and SCADA and what have you. So we'll do that. Look, we don't 100% know. I can't look you in the eye and say guaranteed take that to the bank. And the problem is we're sort of still got to go through the procurement process now. So we that's what we're trying to do over the next little while. And but based on experience from other CCOs, we think it should be in the ballpark. There is no contingency built into that number though. So and that's the one thing I want to be really clear about. That is sort of $6 million. Look, and there are a few opportunities we're going to look at in terms of whether we can do something shared with other councils as well. So to bring some of those costs down, particularly in the billing system, there's an opportunity that we're looking at. That might mean that we go into some sort of a shared platform, which would potentially bring the cost down for us and significantly improve the capability and customer experience. So we're investigating all of those things. But look, these are budgets. These are based on best estimates we have. But until we get the contracts,
That's most of what I was going to talk about. No, it's good. I think it's helpful that as you have questions. So in terms of the slides, though, there is one that this detail here talks through pretty much what those columns have said. But I think what it is important to talk through in relation to governance and decision making is, and Councillor Jennings, your question when Chris mentioned before the Shareholders Committee, that question around who's making decisions and where does the governance sit around this. And we had a conversation at the PSG yesterday with the Cs around this as well, is with the council line, with an independent line of credit funding, the decisions, so for example, the council costs, always the decisions on spending sit with the council Cs via PSG and monitored under each council's delegations policy. The governance sits with council and it's monitored by the CDW board, but only from a transfer agreement. How much is building up that's going to transfer to Central District Waters from that perspective. The key change here in terms of what is currently happening and what would happen if there is approval next week for that establishment fund, for the line of credit, is that decisions on the spending will sit with the CDW board and the CDWCE based on board delegations policy. And the governance, the oversight sits with shareholders committee with oversight from PSG and the POG. So at the moment, for example, if there are any decisions around we need to spend a bit more with Simpson Grierson, for example, then that will go through a PSG. So the three CEs will discuss that. If it's over, what this means now is then absolutely the Cs and the PSG and POG will still have oversight of that. There's still a responsibility there, but ultimately those decisions on what's happening and how that funding will be approved will happen with the board from that point onward. So
the update pack that we had in the shareholders committee last month, so we will continue to sort of bring that, and that will have an update on financials, and we can talk to any changes in assumptions and forecasts that come through that. And, so I guess the key thing is, so yes, we are, getting finance directly with Central Districts Water, which means the board are the ones that are there. They've got the key responsibility. They're the ones that have got to take ownership of the spending of that money and own that. But at the end of the day, the establishment of Central Districts Water is something that is, really important to the shareholders. So therefore, during that process, the quid pro quo for doing that is to providing high levels of transparency and being able to answer to any decisions that have been made, and I think that's the key role will be with the shareholders committee, I think, in terms of seeing those updates, being able to ask the questions, and if there are concerns raised, then, I would imagine the board would be very keen to address them. And that's that way, hopefully, you can have confidence. I think hopefully you've got confidence that you've hired a really good board and that they've got really good, commercial experience and finance experience, and will be challenging the Central Districts Water team and the establishment team around any proposals for investment that come. And then there will be, a light shone on that in terms of the outcome of it. And so that's sort of the way that this is built. This will be an ongoing thing, really. Even after we get through the establishment phase, there will be periodic reporting back. You'll be able to have a look at the numbers. You'll be able to quiz that, and it's sort of built within the whole ethos of how the waters organisations have been built.
So probably lastly, in terms of what does this mean in terms of decisions? So in the paper, ultimately, if there isn't support for it, then that could be a difficult decision around the IT program or the digital program and what that means and whether that could be brought forward. If councils didn't have room in the debt to, for example, to fund that, then there could be some challenging conversations about how best to go forward. The other key one then is around those operational costs as well, and making sure that conversation about how do we best want to set up the organisation collectively with the three councils and the establishment team and the board to operate in the most efficient way from day one. These are between the IT and that operational one, a pretty pivotal point in terms of decision making for that. The establishment costs probably, they're a little bit of a done deal in that we have a team that's been hired. It did start early, and we did make a decision that it would be on the senior side, and so that's there isn't a lot of movement within that particular forecast, but the IT and the CDW operational costs are the significant ones there.
Obviously, we've got a governance political lens, but in terms of the CEs, have they indicated comfort with the approach and sequence and timing in terms of so far through the PSG conversations? Because obviously that they would want to still have assurance over those reporting lines and what they're responsible for and when and all that kind of stuff. So is there
agreement, consensus, a collective view in terms of the seats. I think there's agreement on how it's going to work. I mean, and to be fair, everyone's adjusting to the new governance environment, and that's one of the reasons why, doing that one pager and sort of being, talking it through and have we described that right in terms of everyone's role in this? I think that'll be really useful, and I think I don't want to talk for the chief executives, but a comment was made, that in a way this sort of gets the chief executives off the hook a little bit because they're not, you've now got the board who are directly responsible for some of these things, so they're now on the hook for it. But at the end of the day, I think what the chief executives would say is, look, we feel they would still feel incredibly accountable for the success of this thing. So that's why when you look at the governance arrangement, you say, well, okay, the board has got ultimate governance, ultimate decision rights, but there are still these ongoing oversight from a day-to-day perspective, effectively from the PSG. We still meet with them every week. We try and be transparent about everything's going on and giving them the ability to have input into it, even if they don't technically have decision rights.
Thanks. I guess to understand what you're saying is you're bringing on a senior team. Has the board made some decisions? They're about to appoint a chief executive, but has the board made some decisions about a senior team? And then my question is, could that impact us in our ability to deliver? What's the senior team that you talk about with these?
So there's a couple of things, and one of them is just sort of the establishment costs themselves. When the modelling was done about, okay, so you'd have an establishment team, and okay, we brought the establishment team on a little bit earlier, and that was a decision made at the PSG because they could see that if we didn't start working on this thing, so it was brought on a little bit earlier. And also, if you look at the people that were brought on, the sort of average salary was higher. Not materially, but was higher than certainly what the assumptions would be. So that's sort of blown that out a little bit. But as you'll see, the establishment costs aren't where the big cost is. So I guess if there's anything I would have done differently over the last few months, as we were going through and talking around in this chamber and the other ones about the need to go faster. To bring the need to bring the board on quicker was to highlight a little bit better, that of course there would be a financial implication of this, and I think maybe we probably brushed over that a little bit. We could have talked about it a little bit more at the time, and and highlighted the fact that actually this, the fact that this is, is different to the assumption of the service delivery plan. So I'll put my hand up and say, if I could go back in time, I would have done that because. No one likes the surprises. When it comes to so that's a lot of it. Bringing the board on earlier, that's about a 9-month earlier, and I think that's a reasonable chunk of that money. The key decisions haven't really been made. So there is a decision for the board to bring on CEO, and they were very keen to do that very early. As soon as they came on board, they wanted a CEO in place. That sort of went hand in hand with the decision to bring the board on, and I think at the time we sort of mentioned the CEO would probably likely to be there. So that's part of bringing the senior team on. The rest of it, I guess, is assumptions about when you might start bringing on the executive team into Central Districts Water. So they are just assumptions at the moment. So one of the assumptions is you're likely to want to bring your CFO on fairly quickly. So there would be. Jacinta's role would sort of counter Jacinta's role, so there would be a bit of trade-off there. We don't really know. That's really a decision that the board and the chief executive will make with the board about how that happens. In terms of the ability for the councils to deliver it, I guess I don't see it as having a significant impact. Like I said, what we're talking about doing, particularly when it comes to staff, if we were bringing them on, and that would be where those operational costs were, there'd likely be a transfer from one place to the other, as opposed to bringing in, a whole lot of different people that then made your, the people in the councils redundant, sort of effectively. So that principle we talked about, try not to doubling up. I think
there is absolutely no desire to bring on a whole lot of cost as the establishment, because it is debt that we'll have to have to wear on going forward. So we're trying to do the minimum we can, but it's a balance again, trying to have high degrees of confidence and being able to be ready to go on day one.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that and understand that. I guess the challenge for us is that I keep going on, we're answerable to our community and they ask us questions about the cost, and Noel has raised the fact that if we're doing stuff earlier, it creates a higher interest cost on debt and things. But there's also the optics when there's the talk about the salaries have to be higher, and the optics that the former council went out and talked about, there'll be more efficiencies in the system, but then there's talk of this, the salaries are higher, and the optics of that are difficult for us to take back to our community. So is there a system within, is that something that will be set by the chief executive or the board, or just mindful of what that looks like?
Yeah, so I think so the chief executive is obviously hired by the board, so that's a decision for the board to make, and obviously they'll have independent advice about what an appropriate salary will be. They'll also be very mindful, I'm sure, about the optics of bringing on very, very high paid, and they'll have to balance that against the try to get good people. So that's always the balance, pay peanuts, get monkeys sort of thing. So they'll be trying to balance that. So I can't speak for them on that. And I think from a CE's perspective, again, I can't talk for the CE, but they'll have the same approach. So look, I don't know whether we'll pay massive. I don't imagine there will be sort of massively higher salaries. There's a whole lot of these entities being set up. There is a bit of competition for good people, so we'll have to play in that same market. It's just like when the housing market goes up, you're going to pay what the market demands. But I think the board is really, really conscious about the optics. Really, really conscious that its three shareholders effectively made a whole lot of promises to its community about why the benefits of setting this up, and that one of the key things I have to do over time is demonstrate that the benefits have played out. So look, I'm under no illusions about, I'd imagine what we'll be doing is going back and look at the assumptions that we made under the Bush Service Delivery Plan and making sure that we can show to the community that the actual numbers actually falling out are better than that. So when it comes to things like looking at your capital plan, for instance, which is a big chunky, where your debt goes to, so the debt that we're building up here is a part of that. I think the idea with the entities is that you can borrow over longer periods of time and smooth out those costs and what have you. I think the thing the board will be looking for is coming up with a debt profile that makes sure that the water bills are affordable. That'll be a big maybe that's in the eye of the beholder. I don't know exactly what affordable means, but so that's going to be a really big that'll be a really big focus for the board in terms of making sure.
Don't you?
Yeah, there's all those things, but you know what I mean. I could say what I think affordability means, and you may have a different view, and and Joe Bloggs might look at his bill and say, well, I don't think that's affordable either. But it's a very big focus, the affordability, and success is being able to front of your community and have them hopefully smile about the service you're delivering and feeling like it is good value for money. We already see what's happening down the road in Wellington, and they're in a real bugger's muddle, quite frankly, in terms of the challenges they've got. But you can see what's happening. They're coming under huge scrutiny. So I think you'd have to be a fool not to take that lesson on board and think very carefully about the pricing strategies that you run and how fast you want to go with your capital program, to bring on those debt costs. So yeah, it's a big area of focus.
I think that's good. That's good to hear that, Chris, because I think that's one of the nervous areas is that whole establishment phase and transition phase where there is some real optics and like Te Wai putting ads on buses and doing, spending money on, and people are like, why are you doing this? I guess it's that real drive for efficiency and actually be really, and so full faith in the board to do that, but it's just a real sensitive area for us while we're still carrying that political accountability, I think, is the democratic accountability.
Councillor Mason, I just want to mention in terms of affordability. So, just so you know, from the modelling, so for example, in July, we've got a conversation set up with the board. We joined the three councils' databases together in terms of the rating databases. When we've had conversations before here, this council about rates as a share of median household income, or water rates as a portion of median household income, is something that we are working through at the moment, and to understand within the service areas for water, wastewater, stormwater, what does water rates as a portion of household income look like? What does it look like currently? What does it plan to look like under option 1, 2, 3, or 4 in terms of some of the modelling options for pricing? So that conversation is starting with the board in July, but absolutely in terms of the water service delivery plan and the expectations that are in there around affordability and the range that was listed in there is absolutely on the radar to have conversations about it, understand the different options and what they mean. And I just thought I'd mention one more in terms of that. I did mention senior a few times in terms of that establishment costs. For example, my role in the establishment, and it's probably easy just for me to talk about my own one personally, was originally budgeted for it to be an accountant or kind of a just over senior accountant level. But me coming in means that it costs more because I've got more experience. But actually, from my perspective, there is a lot more efficiency in being able to then have that understanding to pull the relevant information from the right places across the country and try and just get in and do stuff. So while it does cost more to have a team that is more experienced, I think there is a lot of benefit in that at the same time from not incurring other costs elsewhere.
And absolutely respect and know your skill, but the broader skill. But for us to be able to take that message back to our community and back to the people who raise questions is part of our accountability. Yeah.
Oh, it absolutely is, and I just wanted to give that example just to kind of be able to picture it, because sometimes I think if we say it's more senior, you go, well, what does that mean exactly then? Yeah.
Chris, you might be better to try and answer this, but one of the concerns, and you can hear the conversation around affordability, one of the concerns I have is that the board then decide that they won't deliver the capital program or the investment required to actually do what is already in our long-term plans and things like that, that they, to cut costs or do that, they just talk about, pulling back on that investment. So that our community then, in some ways, get both ends of the spectrum about still having to cost considerably, but the investment required for our growth and things like that doesn't happen. So there's a balancing act, isn't there? And I suppose that water services strategy document is pretty key. And I just wondered, is that not likely to come out to, say, May next year type of thing, or is that earlier?
So I think we'll start seeing that a lot earlier. So we've still got to go through the engagement, significance engagement policy that the company is required to have. I'm sure there'll be some fairly clear guidance around that from the statement of expectation. So it will go out virtually, certainly. It will go out to public consultation. What our current thinking is that should go out to public consultation alongside the same time frame as the three council long-term plans, so that community can see it alongside that, and that would be the most useful. So we like wanting to have that in draft for consultation by the end of December. That would also, there's also built into that process wanting to get it in front of the shareholders committee, and I think we're looking at sort of late October, early November, probably for that, so that that can go through that committee and we can get the feedback. So I think there's going to be, we want to make sure there's good visibility, because you're absolutely right. I guess the challenges at the moment, what we've got in the Water Services Delivery Plan is three council, LTPs stacked on top of each other with no sort of thinking about deliverability or phasing and all that sort of stuff. As part of that process, there's a number of documents that we need to do that feed into that water services strategy, and some of that starts with the process of having a look at the three combined inputs and trying to sort of look at the phasing of all of that. But I think I'm really mindful about that. If you ended up coming up with a plan that was massively different than what the community expected, then that would be problematic. The water services strategy is required to address the input of the growth plans of the council. So, one of the things that be really important is that those growth aspirations are built in. That so that you don't get to the situation where we're just saying, "Oh, we're not doing any growth capex this year." So we can't have that. That's not absolutely not acceptable. And I think that will come in through the statement of expectation as well. But look, it is one of the things, because I think one year there's something like about $250 million worth of capex in 1 year. Okay, there's some big projects in there too. We know, you've heard all about nature calls and what have you, and that might be sort of dealt with a little bit differently. The cost of nature calls hopefully will be a lot lower than what was anticipated because of the discharge standards of the process that Palmerston North City Council is going through. Martin de Boer's wastewater upgrade, again, hopefully that we can shave a little bit there. So it's not necessarily taking all the good stuff out. It's just about making a plan that is makes sense from a priorities perspective, is actually deliverable, and is still feeds into the pricing and is affordable as well. So those are the key pieces.
Can I just follow on from Bernie to say that so in the statement of expectation we we've got a specific expectation that if there's any material departure from relevant council plans, that they're going to be signalled to the shareholders committee. I do see now that we haven't defined what material departure actually means, but that might be something to have a think about. But also we'd also signalled in our local commentary that where there is our request to the board essentially is that where there is opportunity to do so, to expedite or accelerate the wastewater upgrades, because we had sequenced them and timed them in a way that dealt with our debt capacity issues. So there are good examples of where we're kind of requesting to do stuff around our plans, but if there's any change, then obviously that will be signalled, or the expectation is that it will be signalled.
Yeah, and I think the key is we'll just be very, very transparent about what moves where and what have you. But if you see that combined plan, you just say, it's just literally impossible to deliver, $250 million worth of capex in 1 year when at the moment we're doing a fifth of that collectively. So.
Thanks, everyone. We've given you a lot of detail today. Thanks for bearing with us as we talk through lots of information. Is there anything that I feel like you've asked really good questions and given your comments, but is there anything, I've heard Councillor Fox's question around the interest for next week, but is there anything that you're worried about that we should prepare or have ready for next week that we maybe haven't discussed?
Yeah, how much is the CE getting?
What's that, Mike? How much is it? What?
There isn't a chief executive yet, so doesn't own anything. I don't know. That would be a question that the board would be able to answer, but I think they'd probably think that would be quite sort of sensitive information at this point, given they're in a recruitment process. Just quickly, these figures that you've put up there today, they that's probably the slide after that is what I'm asking is so that's the total cost, right? So we pay 25%, Rangitikei 9, and Palmerston North 66 of those total figures of that 19.8. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Right.
Nothing. Yeah. But it's a good comparison. Yeah.
Is there anything else? Anyone else has anything to say? No? Thank you both so very much for coming. We have run a tiny bit over time, but we absolutely do not worry about that at all. This is a really important conversation, and one that obviously you can see has upturned quite a few questions, which I'm sure we'll have more as it continues. But thank you for the clarity of today's presentation, and we look forward to seeing.
Thanks for having us, and it's good the opportunity to come and address your concerns, and we 100% appreciate where you're coming from. Yeah, like Jacinda said, great questions. Thank you.
And please, if there's anything in advance of Wednesday, just through to democracy, and we'll make sure we have them answered for you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we're going to be going into publicly excluded time, and I suggest that we just keep going because it's getting a little bit late, and unless anyone really needs to go to the toilet,